Hello, 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 hello. Oh, don't want to do that. No. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, TikTok. There we go. Boop, boop. Okay. Hello. Okay. Good morning. Okay, good morning. Hello. Should I bring myself in? Hello, through the invite. Is that right? Oh. All right, my lovelies. Good morning, good day. Happy Friday. I find this week went by really fast. Because I remember laying in bed last night going, oh, wait a second. Today was Thursday. That means tomorrow's Friday. That means it's the day before Saturday. And Saturday is date breakfast. Probably missing date breakfast on Sunday. Supposed to go to my friend's house tomorrow night, and they live 2 hours away. So gonna go visit with my friend. Actually, the parents or the ex-parents of Guinevere. Oh, it definitely does matter to losers. Yes, wouldn't want to marry a loser, right? Like wouldn't want to marry somebody who looks at women but thinks of dudes. You know, wouldn't want to be married to somebody who can't look at a woman without thinking about dudes because he's actually PP obsessed. And his magic number is 10, likes to think about 10 PP slapping against his face simultaneously. Okay, they'll always tell you the magic number, ladies, when they're PP obsessed. Good morning, Snow. Hello, my love. Do you think males are overinflating their value when they come to tell women what they want, but they hold zero interest in what a woman is actually looking for? Do you think they're overinflating their own value when they do that by acting as though like they're actually a life goal? We need to tell you what we want because we're your goal, but they're not our goal, right? Like, who cares what you want? We're not looking at you, asking you what you want. We're looking at ourselves, asking ourselves, what do we want for ourselves? Some guy coming along, yapping, oh, it's my preference, and let me just tell you how insecure and controlling I am, by the way. All you do is tell us you're not the selection. Exactly. You don't speak for us, and you don't speak for men. You don't speak for the people who practice logic and stick to facts. So you running around the internet talking about how controlling and insecure and PP obsessed you are, as though that's a quality we should be paying attention to, and then managing our behaviors to adjust to your insecurity and control tactics, makes you sound stupid. I'm the antidote to this level of stupidity. I'm controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, and you need to reduce yourself to my low value mentality so I can accept you when I meet you. We don't reduce ourselves to a lower value to meet you where you're at. You attempting to turn your rejection into a flex, I have a low body count that makes me high value, is laughable to logical people. Good morning, baby girl. So people who have good mental health don't count people like they're things. They look back on their experiences and they go, wow, loved what I learned, enjoyed what I did. But dysfunctional people are counting people as though they're things. Dysfunctional people call themselves lock and keys, things. Dysfunctional people fetishize things in a sexual way, like roast beef and cars and glasses of water. We functional people practicing logic and sticking to facts, we block and delete dysfunctional people. Never, under any circumstances, should a woman be in a relationship with somebody who is controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed. Ladies, if he needs to know your body count, it's because he can't look at you without thinking about males. We don't want these males with a used up personality, used up by the podcast bros. The podcast bros put them in their mouth, chew them up, spit them out, and then use them as puppets to come over here and yap, yap, yap what the podcast bros say on repeat because they're bops. They're boring, oppressive, and PP obsessed. Ladies, never pick one of these guys who thinks body count matters. Controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed, can't look at you without thinking of a male, can't put his brain above the belly button. All he talks about when he talks about people is their genitalia. What's their body count? How many people were they with before me? I need to know everything about their genitalia because my brain doesn't go above the belly button because I'm shallow. Ladies, get rid of these shallow males. Shallow males can't raise their thought process above the belly button. Ellie Jane, good morning. Exactly. These uneducated males, ladies. Uneducated. What? No kissing for 3 months? It doesn't make any sense. What do you mean body count doesn't matter? You're supposed to kiss me right away, have sex with me right away, but also you're supposed to have a low body count, right? Says these uneducated, rambling males making 0 sense whatsoever. 0 sense. Hi, what topic are you here for?
Hello, I'd love to hear your opinion about the situation.
I don't have opinions, my love. I have facts for why body count does not matter. Would you like to hear my 3 facts?
In a minute, can I ask you how much is your body count? Like,
You look at me and you want to think about boys instead? How many boys do you want to think about? I'll help you. What's your magic number?
No, I just want to know since you say it doesn't matter, right? So, like, how much do you
Exactly,
have?
exactly. It does not matter. I never counted my experiences as though they were things instead of experiences. But you want to think about peepees, and you've got a number of peepees you want to think about. So I'll help
No,
you.
I'm actually thinking about the crater of a vagina that you have if you're thinking
Yes,
about
because you
this.
can't stop thinking about peepees, and the guys I had were bigger than you, right?
Well, I actually have
You got no
11.4
girth,
inches,
you
so it
got
ain't
no
don't matter to
class, you
me.
got nothing in your pants. You got a
No need to yell.
micropene. I
Yelling does
bet you
not win
got a
arguments.
key.
I got
I
blocked.
bet you got a key. This you? This you? I bet this guy's a key. I bet he yaps about locks and keys. I bet he wants to tell you he's got a micropene. I bet he wants to tell you it's replaceable with $2. I bet he wants to tell you when we find a key and we can't find a lock where it fits in, we throw it in the garbage. I bet this guy wanted to tell us his garbage. Oh, we got a -1. Everybody look at Ziz. Everybody look at Ziz. Everybody take a look at Ziz. We got a -1, ladies and gentlemen. What is a -1? A male that says the more males a female has been with, the more she loses value. He's saying my belief is males have a less than zero value. Because if I was a 1 out of 10 and I was with a 0, I'd still be a 1 out of 10. If I was a 1 out of 10, he has to be a -1 to reduce my value. So these guys coming here saying 304, they're all -1s. Why would I listen to a -1? Why would I listen to somebody who's worthless? You're so worthless. You're worth less than 0. We don't listen to -1s. We're too smart to listen to a male that literally tells us to our face he's worthless. Ladies, when they tell you who they are, believe them. When they say 304, say, I don't listen to a -1. Mr. Worth less than 0. Hi, Ripple. Good morning. Thank you. Is this worth less than 0? Thinking we're going to pay attention to your little emotional outburst? Thinking you're going to look impressive when you come here with your emotional language, literally letting us know you're worth less than 0. So funny. Look at them. All we have to do is let these grumpy little boys talk. These grumpy little boys. Just let them talk, ladies. Let them tell you exactly who they are. No kissing for 3 months, okay? Ladies, you want to avoid one of these? Here's what you need to remember. Body count doesn't matter. Who you did is not who you are. If he asks you what your body count is, instant block and delete. When you're ready to pick a long-term partner, you know who you need. So do observation before selection. Get rid of the losers. This is why they don't like me, ladies, because I teach you the losers never controlled you, and they never will. And the losers who want to control you don't like that I teach you how to delete them. Watch this. Everybody look at Pizza Boy for the block, delete, cleanse, remove. Watch, block, delete, cleanse, remove. I teach you how to delete them. Everybody look at Squishy. What to look for in male body count matters. Everybody look at Squishy. Look at Squishy for the block, delete, cleanse, remove, right?
Hello.
Delete them. You make them non-existent. So when you meet one of these, not a single word when you find out they think body count matters, instant block and delete. If they're texting you, you go, oh, block, delete. The moment they ask what your body count is. If you're on the phone, on a FaceTime, they go, oh, by the way, what's your body count? Go, hang up, and then block and delete. If you're on a date and he asks you, say, I gotta go to the bathroom. Grab your purse, get up, walk out. Get in your car, drive away, block, delete. These males who say body count matters, these females who say body count matters are doing nothing to take responsibility for their own thoughts and emotions, and their choice of behaviors is to try to put you down so that you reduce yourself to their low value so that they feel more secure being around you. because these insecure people can't cope if you have experiences that they didn't have, opportunities that they didn't have. They're jealous if you've done things they haven't done. And instead of them dealing with their own mental health, they attempt to reduce you to their level instead. Don't fall for it. Get rid of the insecure people attempting to make you small like them. Bradley,
Host, can I ask a question if I may? I
uh,
completely agree that body count
so I
doesn't
gotta
matter as a male, which might be a
already
surprise.
start your Bradley, what topic are you here for?
The body count doesn't matter. I just wanted to question your messaging to
Yes.
understand a bit more. So I'm a male
Yes. So
based in the
can you
UK. I agree.
so I can actually do some talking as well? Good, thank
Sure.
you. So now that I've asked you what topic you're here for, I now understand what we are going to be doing together. Now that I understand that you were here for this, I need to let you know that I'm approaching this in a very specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings, meaning I'm not individualizing this topic. So I'm not discussing this topic in relation to any individual, be it yourself, me, or anybody you wish to attempt to represent, people that are not here. In other words, we are only discussing this in a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a toothbrush?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a fact, something readily agreed upon by you and I on site. That's just that easy to agree it's a fact. And then a science is if you want to bring a sociology, psychology, studies, statistic, biology, anything like that. I need to know where you read the science you want to present. I got to go find what you read before you say it out loud. This is how I ensure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So for me to go find what you read, I need the title of the peer-reviewed study, the website you found the study on, the page number and paragraph number, where you found the words you wish to say. I'll go find those words, and then you can say them out loud. There?
Sure. Yeah, I think my query is maybe less intricate than that. I agree with the statement entirely. I think you have a great message to people around the world, honestly speaking. I just wanted to understand your viewpoint on encouraging people, perhaps, in my network, young men, to chase the higher number of body count. I mean, what would your stance be on that?
Wait. I'm hearing a false accusation. What words did I use that you say is me encouraging people to chase a high body count?
I'm not saying that you said that. I want to understand what is your view on how to educate folks that are chasing that, particularly young
I'm
men.
not talking to people chasing a high body count because that's not my demographic. My demographic isn't people who are specifically chasing sex for the sake of sex. My demographic is people who are seeking better mental health, whether it's single or in a relationship. And if they're seeking a relationship, choosing the right partner and being
Right.
the right partner.
That makes sense. Understood. Well, look, I think you share a really positive message. So, now keep doing what you're doing, and thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you, Bradley. Come back anytime, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Love that. Thank you, Bradley, for being a great communicator. Thank you for having an open mind. Thank you for understanding what I do, and thank you for the respect you showed. I appreciate you. Win, Bradley. We love these interactions. Win, Bradley. Win. Big win. Yes. Respectful, polite, respectful, attentive, understanding, open-minded, all the goods. Good morning, beauty. Lolo. Hi. Jensen. Good morning. Bradley. Glad you're here for that. I'm glad you're here for that. We love to acknowledge goodness when we see it. And so we always appreciate it. We appreciate friendly voices. So thank you, Mr. Bradley. Gonna be a bright sunshiny day. Say yes. Is it going to be a wonderful day, my loves? Is it going to be a wonderful day? You know, that's a choice, right? Always beauty. That's what I'm looking for. Love. I says body count discussion. Life is what you make it, beauty. So there's so much power behind the statement, life is what you make it, because I will easily find myself in a negative state of mind, perhaps a stressed state of mind. And I go, okay, but wait a second. What is reality? How easy do I have it? How much do I actually have? How easy is it for me to get what I want? What is my societal positioning? What are all the advantages that I have? So like just bringing my brain back to the things that are good instead of letting myself spin on things that might be bad or might potentially be bad, but aren't even bad right now. And that's called redirection. And I do that a lot because I want to control my own brain, and I don't want to convince myself that my brain is not under my own control. So I'm often catching my thoughts and bringing my brain back under my own control, like asking myself, what would I rather think about right now? Like, this is where my brain went, but I'm not satisfied with this. What can I think about that's more satisfying? What can I do with my brain that's more productive? And that's even one of my mantras. Okay, wait a second. I'm finding myself in this train of thought right now, but what can I actually do with my brain that's more productive? And I find that sentence can get me into a work mode, a creative mode, a functional mode, a meditative mode, but it answers the question in that most functional way. Maybe even just focusing in on my physical body and going, you know what, been a while since I had a glass of water. Haven't had enough water today. How about some water right now? How about a walk around the property right now? Get the dogs moving around, get myself moving around. Yes, Danja. All of this beauty. All of this. All right, let's change some lives, shall we? Some days we start out spicy, some days we don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. It just got nuts. Probably making some more popsicles today. I love my protein popsicles, fudgesicles. Such an easy, convenient way to get some of those things that you're trying to get in your system, like protein, collagen, MCT oil. sometimes you don't. Alright, let's go in the kitchen. Why not? Let's get it started. Ooh, let's bring my key in case we get another guy with a micropene coming in here. Do 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 do. Okay. One, two. One, two. All right. 7, 8. I'm missing 4. I am missing 4 of my popsicle molds. I don't remember where I put them. Oh, wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm missing 1. 4. Okay, I got them. I got them all now. So now, do I make more chocolate? Or do I make more raspberry? I'm just gonna knees down. We are so quiet today. Where did everybody go? Is it cottage weekend? Are people getting ready to go to cottages, getting ready to get their backyards all exciting for summer? Freaky Fridays and Shops, May 24. May 24. May 24. May 24, Dondra. Yes. May 24. Yes. Do you guys say that? Do you say that where you are, May 24? Do you guys have that little saying like this is like a drinking weekend, May 24 weekend? No? Do you guys have a long weekend? No. Oh, see, where did I get that from? Um, Making some room in my freezer to make popsicles. They call it quesadilla 2-4. Yes, yes, Dondra. A quesadilla is a 2-4. May 2-4 weekend. Okay. Canadians say May 2-4, Americans don't. I think so, yeah. May 2-4 weekend is big in Quebec, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Wait a sec, is it May 2-4? Jean-Baptiste? Jean-Baptiste celebration. Is anybody here in Quebec? Is this the Jean-Baptiste weekend? Americans have Memorial Day. We have Queen Victoria's birthday this weekend. This Texan has never heard that. Oh no, Miss Stella. Okay. So it's a Canadian thing. I guess I should I guess I'll make some raspberry popsicles again. Memorial Day. It's next week. Jean-Baptiste is in June. Okay, Dondra, thank you. Okay. All right. So, I'm getting my dad's picked from his yard raspberries. Camping, drinking, fishing is all I ever associated with, right? So, Dado's raspberries from his backyard in Trenton, Ontario. He'll be happy to know that I'm eating my raspberries because he always gives me fish because he goes fishing. He always gives me fish and raspberries, and I have this weird kind of hoarding tendency. So these raspberries are probably 2 years old. But sometimes I prefer to have food than eat food. I know it's weird, but I will literally just hold on to food just to have it instead of eating it. And then a part of me tells myself that I'm absorbing nutrition through osmosis. I understand that, yes. Not into drinking weekends, but waterfalls in Canada. Ooh, yeah. Right, Syntax? Niagara Falls. Dondra, I'm glad you get that. It's a weirdness, I know. It's okay. I own my weirdness. And then I'll use salt water. I just purchased food that I never eat, but it's there just in case. Yeah. Yes. The just in case. I get the feeling that I have been blacklisted today. Oh, I get the feeling I've been blacklisted today. You were one, yeah. Good morning. Hello, Anisha.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. What topic are you here for?
Oh, I was reading body count doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm approaching this in a very specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So instead of discussing this in an individualized way, we're only discussing the topic itself by itself in a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a spoon?
Spoon.
And then a scientific way is presented with a scientific study. So if you want to bring statistics or sociology, psychology, biology, I need to know where you read the science you wish to present. So for that, I need 4 pieces of information. Title of the peer-reviewed study, website you found the study on, page number and paragraph number. I need to go find what you read before you say it out loud. This is how I ensure that there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. Okay.
Sorry, I had a phone call. I missed everything you said. Sorry, I was waiting for delivery, and Best Buy just called me. Sorry.
Oh, so is your TV ready?
No, it's not my TV. It's a refrigerator, actually.
Oh, okay. New delivery. When are they coming?
Oh, they're making their last delivery before me, so I think half an hour they should be here. So, uh, you
So,
said that you need actual facts or studies or statistics.
well, yeah, because we're not gonna discuss this in an individualized way because I'm not here to debate you on you or try to change your mind or shift you in any way, shape, or form. We're only discussing this in a factual or scientific way. A factual way is something you and I can readily agree to on site. And then a scientific way is if you want to bring statistics or biology, sociology, or psychology, anything like that. I
Yeah.
need to know where you read the science you want to present and go find the words you read before you say them out loud. And this is how I make sure that there's no amplification of lies, fear mongering, or disinformation. So for me to go find what you read, I need title of the peer-reviewed study you found, the website it's on, the page number and paragraph number that has the words you found.
Okay, so I'm not prepared. So I would just jump in to say that, for my opinion,
But
body count matter, but
no. I just want to say this discussion is not about opinion. It's about facts or science.
yeah, but how can we have facts? I mean, you're
Well,
not a guy. You're
you
not a
can
guy.
ask me if I have any facts or science. Wouldn't that be a good start?
Yeah, but I mean, you're not a
Yeah,
guy.
but so no, you don't want to know if I even have any facts or science.
I'm a guy, and for me to
No,
choose,
but do you want to know if I have any facts or science for
yeah.
why body count does not
Okay,
matter?
yes, go ahead with your facts. So why does it not matter for a guy the body count of the girls he wanted to go in a relation with?
Yeah, so I'm not going to gender it like you just did. What I would say is body count does not matter to the people.
Okay,
Notice I
yeah,
didn't
yes.
say
Let's be
all.
general. Let's be
So you're
general. No problem.
interrupting me, and that means you're not hearing me. So I'm going to start over. So I'm not going to gender it like you did. What I would say is body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. And these are the 3 facts for why body count doesn't matter. Are you ready?
Yes, but why the lady, Mr. Les said I'm very rude.
I said, are you ready to hear my 3 facts? So is
Oh
that
my
a
God, you're talking too much.
it's,
Have a
no, no,
good
no.
day.
So I'm
Have a
asking
good
you a
day. Have a
question.
good
I
day.
asked you a
You
question.
talk too
You said yes
much.
when
Have a
you
good
started
day.
talking.
You
You
like
tells
here?
me that you didn't actually want to hear what I said. So what I want to know is, oh, did he leave? Why did he leave? I thought he wanted to hear the 3 facts for why body count doesn't matter. Why did he run away? Because I didn't stop talking when he started talking over me. Why did he run away? Because I wasn't going to let him interrupt me, or I really was ready to state my 3 facts, but he didn't want to hear anything. Why didn't he want to hear anything? Is it because, like all the people who say body count matters, he lacks communication skills, he lacks an open mind, he lacks a desire to understand, he lacks respect for women? So like all the other guys who come here saying body count matters, he's a failure. He's a failure to meet our preferences. So like all these other guys who come here saying body count matters, he's a failure to meet our preferences, but he wants to talk to us about his preferences. Why would his preferences matter when he doesn't meet our preferences? It doesn't make any sense. It sounds very egotistical for him to want to push his preferences as though we should listen, but he doesn't want to listen to anything we say. It's really weird. It's bizarre. I don't know what to do with anything like that. I guess we just let them continue on and just forget about them. Right? These people have no facts. They just have stupid little opinions. They just have their emotions. They have no facts. They have their dysfunction. They have their egos. They have their indoctrination, but they have no facts. They have no science. And when I say I have facts, they're so egotistical, they don't even want to hear facts because they want to stay stuck in their dysfunction. Ladies, this is why you have to immediately block and delete the ones who say body count matters, because they want to stay stuck in their dysfunction. They want to stay stuck in their egos. They don't like actual facts. They don't like actual science. They make up things. They lie. They gaslight. And they think you're just going to believe their lies and gaslight. Next, who's going to come up and talk? Who's going to come up and actually listen? And notice he got pissed off because I wasn't gendering logic. Did you guys notice that seemed to really piss him off? That I wasn't gendering using logic? Hi, Sinchaps. Did you guys notice that? I sure did. He seemed to make it like, men against women kind of thing. He wanted it to be so very emotional. Yeah, logic doesn't know gender. I know. He wanted to make it very gender specific. Why should a male take on a female? I'm not making it about gender. I'm making it about logic. Logic. Thank you, my love, Alicia. Right? But they don't like logic. They want to make it about anything but logic. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you, my love. Hi. Self-love. Hi, self-love.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, my love. What did you want to talk about?
I would like to know the 3 facts because this is a topic that I'm really trying to work through for myself. Because I know that I have fears that I know aren't real. And I was actually talking to somebody earlier today who is in an open relationship. And I'm like, well, what about this? And what about that? So I'm really trying to explore this area.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say that body count does not matter to the people. So I'm a word nerd, by the way. Like every word I use is carefully selected for its effectiveness
for using the proper language to give the proper ideas and thoughts, okay? So
Okay.
body count does not matter to the people. I use the word the, not all. I use people, not genders. It doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. People who practice logic and stick to facts are not making up stories in their imagination and then believing what they made up. Like somebody who asks what your body count is. Somebody who's asking what your body count is, instead of taking the time to observe you and actually figure you out by spending enough time. We do 3 months because that's when the patterns are going to come through beyond the facade. In the initial phase of getting to know somebody, you're not seeing their patterns because you haven't spent enough time to string together 3 sequences of behaviors. A pattern is in 3 or more, not 2 or less. A pattern is 3 or more. So you need to spend enough time to see the patterns and get beyond the facade, which is where you're going to see the patterns. Somebody who hasn't spent enough time with you asking what your body count is going to take the number. And if it's low, tell themselves a story like she doesn't have an STD. And if it's high, tell themselves a story like she has no impulse control. Neither of those could be true. You can see with one person one time catch an STD. It is illogical to ask somebody their body count and make up a story that they don't have an STD. That makes you a spreader. If you trust the story made up in your head instead of getting the facts, which is asking the person to go to the doctor, get tested, and then show the results. It is illogical to ask you what your body count is and then tell myself that you lack impulse control just because you had multiple sexual experiences, where the fact is, as you stand here today in front of me looking for a long-term partner, you have plenty of patience and impulse control. You're using a no kissing for 3 months dating rule to make sure you pick the right person because you're not here to make a mistake with your mental health and emotional well-being. Give me a second. So those of us who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask for a number as though it gives us the information we need. The number doesn't tell me if you have an STD. The number doesn't tell me what kind of person you are. So those of us who practice logic and stick to facts don't ask a number. We use observation before selection. We ask for testing. And we instantly remove anybody who asks us what our body count is because we recognize them as somebody who is opposite of logical seeking facts. They are a storyteller going into their imagination, creating a story about who we are, and then applying it to our foreheads. And then we have to work to undo their assumption. Under no condition am I going to allow somebody to make up a false story about me and then defend myself against their false narrative. That's actually abuse because there's no difference between somebody who does this and you defend yourself and somebody who makes a false narrative and you say, no, that's not me. That's not who I am. Defending yourself against their false narrative. Defending yourself is defending yourself. It's always you being abused when you defend yourself.
I like that. I actually have your book. I just haven't read it yet.
So body count doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts, right? That's the first part of this. The second part is how it is control and manipulation. Do you want me to tell you about that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the way that I do this is what I call a thought exercise. I'm going to ask you a series of rapid fire questions. I want you to think about the quickest, most logical answer and give me that yes or no. Because the faster you give a yes or no, the faster I go to the next question. And the faster we do this, the faster I get you to the end result, which is your understanding. You want to do that?
I do. I do have autism, so it does sometimes slow me down. So, but let's go.
So, number one, the person asking what my body count is asking how many people I had sex with before they met me, yes or no.
Yes.
And they're asking because they have a number in their head where my answer in correlation to the number is going to give them a negative thought or experience towards me if the number I give is higher than the number in their head, or they will have a positive thought or experience towards me if the number I give them is lower than the number in their head. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yes.
Would you agree that the human animal is designed to seek pleasure and avoid pain? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes.
So then would you agree that the person asking what my body count is not seeking an answer that gives them a negative response? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The person asking what my body count is not seeking to feel negatively towards me. Would you agree? They're seeking to think a positive thought. They're seeking a number that's lower instead of seeking.
Yes.
Right. So they're not seeking the pain, they're seeking the pleasure.
Yes.
So they associate the higher number to a pain. Now, instead of them taking responsibility for their pain point, when I have this thought, I have a negative emotion, let me assess myself, find out why I'm so triggered, do some therapy, some reflection, work on my own mental health, ground myself in the present, work on my confidence, whatever it is that's making me feel these negative emotions over thoughts, over things that are not currently happening. Instead of them taking responsibility for their own thoughts and emotions and behaviors, the behavior they choose instead of seeking therapy is to convince women to reduce their sexuality, reduce their opportunities, say no to things they want to do, so that when he asks what her body count is, he hears the low number, automatically giving him a positive emotional reaction instead of him dealing with his own negative emotional reactions that have nothing to do with her, but everything to do with his own thoughts.
And that's where the manipulation comes from.
Exactly. Lack of accountability to their own thoughts and emotions.
Wow, you literally just blew up my mind right there. Not that I have any negative or positive association to body count number. It's just something that I've been, because I've seen this, you've pop up with this before, so it started the dialogue in my head. So today I was like, okay, I need the answer. I can't figure it out myself.
Yeah.
So thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions about any of this? Because I'd love to help you, even as you're out there, like what are people saying to you, or how can I help you respond to that kind of stuff?
I think what I'm going to do is, because I do have your book, I think I'm going to read it and then come back when I have, yeah, that's the one I have right there. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, my love. If you were on a date with somebody and they go, by the way, what's your body count? What would you do?
I've never been asked that, but I probably would just answer it just because of how my brain works.
So you answering that question is you saying to the person in front of you, yes, you controlled me before you met me. Let me tell you whether or not I followed your rules.
Yeah, I see that.
So are you seeking, when you're looking for a long-term relationship, are you seeking a peer-peer relationship or a parent-child relationship?
So previously, because I've been single for 6.5 years, because I know that I have a lot of work to do, I was always looking for somebody that needed me, and I don't want to be that person anymore. So now I'm looking for peer-to-peer.
So the person asking, what's your body count is basically doing parent-child, right? Because what they're saying is, I made up a number in my head that you are not supposed to exceed. I made up a rule for you to follow with your own body. You can do what you want to a certain extent, but you're not allowed to do everything you want to if you're going to do more than I want you to do.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
So when you answer the question, you're basically putting yourself below them, right? Because if you are under your parents' roof when you're 16 years old and they go, where did you go when you come back home? When you answer the question, you're putting yourself below them, right?
Yes.
Because it's a parent-child dynamic. Where did you go? Answer to me. Answer to me. What's your body count? Answer to me. So
Okay.
he asks what your body count is. It's because he puts himself above you. Did you follow my rules, young lady? Did you do what I wanted you to do before you met me, young lady? or do you need to be punished, young lady?
I see that. Thank you.
So let me ask you again. You're on the let me ask you what your body count is. What are you gonna do?
Well, I know the answer is not to say it, but I struggle with social stuff, so
Right.
yeah, I'm gonna really have to navigate this because I really am too open, too honest, too telling, and that's what I've been working on.
Mm-hmm. So here's what I advise you do. Okay, let's role play this. I'm you and
Okay.
him, and you being him asks me being you,
Okay.
what my body count is. Let's start the conversation. You go.
Okay. So by the way, what's your body count?
I don't know why.
I need to know.
You need to know who. You need to know what.
See, I don't think I would ask somebody that. That's the thing.
Notice how I'm throwing it back and putting him on the spot. You need to know what, right? So, what's he gonna say? People in the chat.
Well, I did see somebody tell me that I'm going to be single for another 6 years if I listen to you, so I thought that was funny.
So that's great. That's great. So here, there's some guys in the chat. So let's role play this. You're the guy asking body count, and she said, "I don't know why," and he goes, "I need to know," and then he says, "What? I need to know what." So the guys that are here right now in the chat need to know what. You need to know what. So notice self-love. I'm throwing it back. I'm making him accountable to
Well, I
what.
saw somebody say to know if I valued myself.
Oh, so you go, oh, yes, I value myself extremely. That's why I value all my experiences. But it seems to me that you're willing to make up a story about me based on a number instead of taking the time to understand who I am. What this tells me is you and I are not in the same place because I'm here in the present, but you're there in the past. And I need the person who can stand in the present with me. And what I'm understanding right now is you're not that person. I don't think we're compatible. I really appreciate the time that we spent together, though. Thank you for having the opportunity with me to see if this could work out, but I don't think this is working out. But I do wish you all the best. I need to go. I need to go now, though. But you know, I wish you all the best. And then you take your purse and you leave.
I like that. 'Cause I never know how to like get out of the awkwardness of things.
Yeah. So this person says it's about the future. The thing is, you're too far from the future when you're standing in the past. You still have a jump to do to get in the present and then from the present to the future, which means you're behind me because I am on my way to the future and I'm standing in the present, meaning I'm ahead of you because you're over here in the past and I'm right here in the present. So I'm already ahead of you. I need somebody who's at my level. I need somebody who's in the present with me, not somebody who's in the past. So so to the, you know, I'm just saying to the person who says it's about the future, I'm using them self-love to help you understand that the people who say it's about the future are behind you, meaning they're not as ahead as you are when it comes to being about the future.
Why? I just want to read this. Why would I request if self-love, the woman in the live, also asks for the facts? I don't get it.
They don't get themselves either. Yeah. Listen, the reason why we don't bother with these people who say body count matters is because they lack intellect. They don't have enough intellect to be logical. So when I speak logic, it doesn't register because their language is ego and it doesn't speak the same language.
Okay.
And he's asking for research. I don't need research to use common sense, observation before selection, knowing who I am instead of letting you make up a story about me. I don't bother with storytellers. I like the people who stand in the present, actually observing facts. But these storytellers, what's your body count so I can make up a story? Like, they're just ridiculous. And I told you the 3 facts, but he heard nothing because he's not here to hear anything. These people who say body count matters, they lack communication skills. They lack an open mind. They lack a desire to understand. They lack respect for you, your autonomy, the words coming out of your mouth. They don't have the respect. They don't have the skills to understand. They don't have the skills to listen when you talk with an open mind, which is why they yap the same thing over and over. This is why you need to instantly block and delete them, because they're so repetitive. These people who say body count matters are so stupid in their repetition. We turn them into bingo callers, self-love. I have a bot bingo card generator in the link in my bio. Bots are BOPs, boring, oppressive, and PP obsessed. They're so boring with their repetition. We created a bingo card generator, took 150 of the greatest hits and turned them into a bingo card generator. And we take what they say and we play bingo with their words because they say the same thing over and over again, because none of them are using their brains.
Well, I thank you very much for your time. I do find the negative comments a little overwhelming for me because I am on my own personal self-love journey, so I'm just not quite strong enough yet to deal with the negative comments, but I super appreciate your time and what you've imparted with me, and I'm definitely going to make time to read your book, like, now.
Love it. I'm here for you. Come back anytime, okay?
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Love you.
Bye.
I just got rid of that guy that just like refused to understand anything. I find those people to be very boring when they don't understand anything. And it doesn't matter what you say, none of it registers, all of it is rejected. You're welcome. He was so boring. Yeah. They want to live rent free in our heads, and we just block and delete them and make them non existent. If you see all men, no, there's no such thing as men giving me negative comments. There's guys coming here giving negative comments, but all they do is sell my books for me. The men are too busy working to be trolling on social media. And the men that are here because they are learning and they are supportive. Again, not trolling on social media. So we don't care about the ones who come here and troll. They just sell my books, my love. They give me a reason to go, hey, ladies, all you have to do to get rid of the losers is just let them talk. Don't occupy their mouths with your kisses. Use my dating methodology. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months. Body count doesn't matter. Who you did is not who you are. And anybody who thinks otherwise, just throw them in the trash where they belong. You don't have to agree with autonomy. You don't even have to like autonomy. We'll just put you in the garbage when we meet you, the person who doesn't agree with autonomy. That's all. Hey, Admi, what topic are you here for? I know they keep pooping in their hands, Sin Shops. They poop in their hand and they go, this is a statistic. No, it's poop in your hand. I saw you poop in your hand. I have eyes. I always recognize poop when I see poop. Hello, Polly. Self-love. Good. Love that you followed. Oh, Guinevere outside again in the sunshine, just sniffing the grass. Sweet little girl. I'll show you. Oh no, she's coming back. We need more who? Bonobo vibes. Yes. Let's go, ladies. Let's bonobo. We need to bonobo the crap out of this culture. Right, ladies? Let's bonobo the crap out of this culture. We must. All right. I took my frozen raspberries, added salt water to it. Body count does matter to losers. Steve, 100%. I agree. Quite the shtick you have going. Listen, I don't have a shtick. Okay, the shtick is the males who say, kiss me before you know who I am. Body count definitely matters. That's the shtick. That's the shtick losers are trying to convince women about. Right? That's quite the shtick. I'm not the shtick. I am the antidote. I'm the antidote. Ladies, if you find yourself saying, he's such an asshole, he did it again, lied again, cheated again, lazy again, indifferent again, inconsistent again, watch this guy disappear. You know what? He doesn't exist. Block. Delete. Keep telling yourself you're special. You're nobody. You're non-existent. You just disappeared. Keep telling yourself you matter. Mr. Tossed in the garbage. Mr. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Hello. Oh, goodbye. So, ladies, he's such an asshole. He did it again. Time to dump the motherfucker. Get yourself comeback queen. Heal faster from the breakup or divorce. No reason to stay stuck in pain. And then you use no more assholes to make sure you don't pick another loser. No more mistakes. Here's no more assholes in English. No more assholes in Spanish. Here come the bops, ladies. Get your bop bingo card in the link in my bio. After the first kiss, when you start a brand new relationship, make it rock solid from day one. Avoid common mistakes and pitfalls. Ladies, go into the link in my bio. There's a bop bingo card generator. The bops are coming. So now that the bops are coming, we have fun with them. So get your bop bingo card in the link in my bio. And then look at their words, listen to what they say, look at them here in the chat, and then play bingo with their words, because bops are boring, oppressive, and PP obsessed, BOPs. So we turn them into bingo callers, make them less boring. Those of you who want enhanced communication, conflict resolution, have a zero fight relationship, get your Fix That Shit book. You got Fix That Shit for women and Fix That Shit for men. Mom and dad, parental figures, get dating 101 for the teens. Let's help them make sure they don't make the same mistakes we did. Educate them on how to recognize coercion, manipulation, not get pressured into doing things they don't want to do. Look at this guy. He's so shallow. So shallow, ladies. Can't consider anything above the belly button, right? Men who want to heal from past breakups and select the right long-term partner, get yourself the perfect play. In honor of the losers in my comment section, there's a free book in the link in my bio, which is Fake Love Need Not Apply. How to identify and remove posers, losers, scammers, and predators. Right, Daniel? Let's get rid of these losers. Ladies, in honor of the losers, get your free book in the link in my bio. Also, there's a free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples. Say yes to goodness, 10 steps for a complete and happy you. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life that affect you mentally and emotionally. Look at these guys showing you how shallow they are. Look at how their thought process doesn't rise above the belly button. It's all about the genitalia, ladies. You are only genitalia. To these guys who say body count matters, you're not a human being. Only genitalia. Look at their language. All right, custom made is career coaching. You're going to identify and monetize your purpose, passion, and talent just like Mama did. And then we have the Glow Up Journal, which is a 60-day journey designed to increase your self-esteem with daily doing and writing, which biohacks your body and changes your brain structure at an expedited pace. I know he's so PP obsessed, he can't stop thinking about 100 dudes, ladies. I'm telling you, these guys are on the down low. They look at a woman and they think of dudes. And do you know why? Because their religion, their culture, their brainwashing, their upbringing said, you're a boy, you're not allowed to like boys. You need to position a woman in front of you. You need to pretend you like girls. They don't like women. But listen, they're very busy shoving us aside and saying, how many dudes were you with? Because they want to be you. They want to lay back and be the female. They want to get a hotel room and put a blindfold on and get in position on the bed and have the door open and a stranger walks in and pops their button. pops their button. That's what they want. And they fantasize about it. And they use you as a disguise for their fantasy for males. They use you as a beard because they're down low. And how can you tell they're down low? Look at Andy. Look at Andy. Looks at me, thinks about dudes. Looks at a woman, thinks about dudes. Ran through, ladies. He can't look at a woman without running through her to his fantasies about dudes. Tell me how many dudes to think about when you give me a number. I slap those peepees against my face. I'm going to block and delete this peepee obsessed dude because we don't want them. Block, delete, cleanse, remove. We want men who like women, not jerks who pretend. I have these 3 workbooks. I have bonus material, by the way. Fix That Shit for women. Fix That Shit for men. And the No More Assholes workbook. So go into the link in my bio, my loves. Get your paperbacks on Amazon, ebook bundle deals, audiobooks, free book, free starter guide for singles, free starter guide for couples. Check out my Niagara Falls event, by the way. I'm going to be in person in Niagara Falls on October 25th. This is my 10-year celebration. It's going to be a party. Give me a really good time. Good times. Okay, what is that? Oh, my toaster? Sure. EvolutionRevolution.com. There's a documentary being made about me. Did you know? A filmmaker in San Francisco is making a documentary about me, and we have some celebrities in this documentary. We have one of the world's top tech innovators, female, by the way. Saw the Yes a Stripper podcast episode. Yes, it dropped. It did. Puree the raspberries. Only broken males that lack confidence, have tiny peepees, afraid of comparison because they're inadequate, selfish, and lazy, are concerned about body count. Confident men standing in the present, not afraid of males because in comparison, he knows he's better, never ask what your body count is. Ladies, never fall for the lie that these scared males are high value. Watch this. Hey, Comrade 99, I have a question for you. I want you to say yes so I know you and I are talking, okay? I have a question for you. He wants the Italian sausage. Why do you think they cigars? Okay, so Comrade 99, is a high value male afraid of other males? Yes or no? No, exactly. Because when a high value male thinks of other males, he doesn't put himself below them, he puts himself above them. I'm the better lover, better communicator, harder working, more responsible, better listener, kinder, everything better. So a high value male will never ask what a woman's body count is because he doesn't care. He's always better. A low value male wants to know, how low do I go? Did she have 5 before me? I'm worse than 5. Did she have 10 before me? I'm worse than 10. A low value male is very afraid of comparison because he knows in comparison how small he is. Look at this. Look at this, comrade. Is he big? Is he big? I don't know, but now look at this. Is he big? Comrade, is he big? Oh, shit, we got some comparison. How about this? Is he big, comrade? Oh, shit, look at the comparison. That's why you're so afraid, because in comparison, you just get worse and worse and worse, right? Ladies, if he's afraid of comparison, in other words, if you ask what your body count is, instantly block and delete him because he's the worst you'll ever have. The worst. Exactly. We don't want these idiots. We don't want these low value males who just are afraid of everything, right? Who make up stories in their head. She takes anything. Look at them. They just lie to themselves over and over again and believe their own delusions, believe all the stories they tell themselves. They believe their emotions, they believe their dysfunction, they believe their ego. Never, ever, ever pick up one of these losers, because all you'll do from day one is suffer their dysfunction. That's all you're going to do with these losers, is suffer, suffer, suffer their dysfunction that they take zero accountability for. All right, pay up. Pay up, loser. But of course he won't pay up, because this loser doesn't put his money where his mouth is, because he's a liar. Like all the other guys who say body count matters, he's a liar. Watch this. Hey, PayPal button's in the link in my bio, loser. So strongest car guy, go pay your $100 and show us you're not a liar. Look at this. He's so disgusted by women's vaginas because he's pee-pee obsessed, ladies. Disgusted at the thought of you having consensual sex because he prefers the boys. He doesn't like a female body. Female bodies are not his preference. Listen, the reason why he wants to know your body count is so he can think of the boys you used to do. You're not thinking about them, but he's going to obsess about them. Ladies, hands up in the comment section if you've ever been in a relationship with somebody who obsessed more about the boys you used to do than who you are. Hands up in the comment section if you've been with a pee-pee obsessed guy, couldn't stop thinking about the boys in your past. Yeah, Janae, Snow, Sin Chops, Jay, Little Katie Cat. Look at this, Janae. Yeah. Look at you, you pee-pee obsessed boys. We're not going to answer your questions anymore. We're going to let you run through us to the boys where you want to go. Down low. Found out later he was down low. Your ally, you too. Hi, Ripple.
Hi.
Hi. Ladies, if he's asking what your body count is, for the boys, let him run through you to the boys. Let him go straight through you to the boys where he wants to go. Snow, thank you.
Hello.
Look at these guys. They can't handle women enjoying their own bodies because they like the boys.
Hello.
What topic are you here for?
I came here to say like I have the right to reject women if I think that they have high body counts.
Go for it. Awesome. You do that.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody wants you. I reject you. Block. See? Did you see him disappear? Because I reject him. Nobody wants to know what his preference is. We don't care if we're rejected by a loser. Controlling, insecure, stuck in the past. PPF says. I said body count doesn't matter. He goes, I have the right to reject people. Listen, Let me get ahead of you. I teach women to block and delete you at the first sign of your dysfunction. If you reject us first, you're doing us a favor. Thank you. But most of you manipulators won't reject us. You say body count matters, but you're very eager to hop on, aren't you? So it's good for us to block and delete you right away. We need to reject losers, ladies, at the first sign of their losering. Who cares what this guy wants? He's so egotistical. He had no concern whatsoever about what you wanted. So why should we operate any differently? I don't want to know what he wants. I'm only thinking about what I want, period.
Only people in the chat mad that we don't care what he wants are other dudes.
Are there people mad that we didn't care what he wanted?
Yeah. We've got Lenny and Rob. Lenny's mad that you didn't listen to him. Oh, why are you calling him a loser? Because he is, obviously.
Why should I care what he wants? Why should I care? Let me to the losers in my comment section. I know you're going to answer this. Why should I care about what he wants?
They want you to have their preferences, Chantel. They want you to prefer him the way they prefer him.
Oh.
It's the male gaze.
Oh. Well, now it makes sense. Filter comments again, right? I know the guy didn't even have $100. I love how these losers are just crashing out.
Lenny, I don't want to be married. Are you married, Lenny? You know what? Actually, don't answer that question because A, I don't care, and B, I'm not here for whatever story you make up.
Right? We are not here for whatever story. We're not here for your stories. Please don't.
We're glad you found the live. What is this? Hi, Eyes. Hi, Eyes. Welcome. Chantel goes live. She hosts this live Monday through Friday, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern for a minimum of 2 hours. So come on back. Except for you, Lenny.
We don't need you.
The Canada's Dating Coach account below me on the panel, that's her main account. So she goes live on this account, Chantel Hyde, but her original big account is the one that's below me on the panel. So you can follow that one. She posts on there pretty much daily, I think.
I go live on this account because these losers can't cope with reality. The reality being women being in charge of their own bodies in the selection process instead of them thinking they controlled us before they met us, and then them thinking they're going to kiss us before we know to eliminate them because they're not the selection. They're really mad at what I teach you because what I teach you is to be independent and empowered, and they want you to be dependent and weak so that they can take advantage of you. Financial position into account when considering a possible mate. I consider everything in the present into account when considering a possible mate because the present, in other words, who they are, is very important. Who they did, I don't care because I'm not that dysfunctional.
For those of you who are new and actually enjoy being here, Chantel is an author. She's written 11 books, and you can get one for free that you can download as an ebook completely free through the link tree in her bio. It's called Fake Love Need Not Apply. It's to avoid posers, losers, scammers, and predators. She wants you to avoid the worst of the worst without having to pay for it. So you can check out her bio. I think it says freebie or free book, one of the two. There's other freebies in the link tree, so look for the free book download.
Thank you. So I added a bunch of collagen powder and vanilla and maple syrup to my raspberry puree. I still want women to have standards, but if a man does, it's a big problem. Who's getting in the way of your preferences? Nobody. But why are there males stomping around the internet trying to tell women to reduce their standards to meet the level of low value males that are rejected, trying to turn their rejections into a flex by calling their low body count a high value? No. You do whatever you want. Sit down and shut up. Leave the rest of us alone. We don't have to listen to males yapping about their preference for low body count because they prefer somebody naive. They prefer somebody uneducated. They prefer somebody who doesn't know better than to reject a loser that's controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, and PP obsessed on the down low. You can have all the preferences you want. When you come here yapping about your preferences, we look at you and go, sit down, Mr. Egotistical. Because for some reason you had no interest in knowing what our preferences were, but you think we should pay attention to yours. Thank you, Snow. You think we should pay attention to yours. You think we should understand yours. You think we should be what you want. No. Like I said, you sit down, shut your yapper. We don't care. Thank you. Little miss, thank you. Hit a nerve. No, my love. The voice you hear me use is the voice I want in my ladies' heads. What you're hearing me do is indoctrinate my female watchers into being this angry at your stupidity. You're watching me brainwash my audience into having this voice in their head when they see an idiot like you so that they instantly block and delete you. Watch this. Hands up in my comment section if you hear my voice and my voice has you instantly blocking. Losers. Yeah, see? You didn't hit a nerve. You made me educate. You made me strengthen. You made me empower this cult of happiness that will never, ever, ever let a loser breathe oxygen in her space again. Because the moment you exhale your bullshit, the moment you exhale your dysfunction, what's your body count, right? With your stench, your putrid stench of your garbage mentality, my ladies hear my voice and they go block, delete, right? That's what you see. That's what you picked up. You didn't hit a nerve. You helped me educate, strengthen, empower to block, delete you in real life.
Winnie is so triggered. Listen, so Willie had said it's because of the woman's standards that because women's standards are always the 1% of men, which is not a real statistic, but let's run with that for a minute. If it is the only 1% of the male population of human males that are worthy of being selected, what does that say about the 99%? Are you guys too lazy and selfish to actually level up? Because women are, it sounds to me like what you're saying is women are saying, listen, if only 1% of you are worthy of being selected, we'll just stay single. And then you misinterpret that as us being lonely and miserable. We are not. It is the male loneliness epidemic, not the female loneliness epidemic. Women, we are not lonely just because we are single. We are choosing functionality. We are choosing to focus on our goals and our ambitions instead of settle for what 99% of mediocrity.
Sweet Gloss said, I heard men say high body count prevents a woman from pair bonding. So here's what you're going to do, Sweet Gloss. You're going to go find the scientific study that says that, not the blog post on the religious website. No. That's not science. So go find the scientific study that says that, Sweet Gloss, and bring it here
if you find it. But if you don't find it, it's because it doesn't exist and those males were lying.
Ability for what? For consensual sex? For consensual pleasure? For adult time?
No, accountability for his insecurity, accountability for how much he thinks he's inadequate, accountability for how low value he is in comparison to what we had before him, accountability for how he feels about all that, because he takes no accountability for his own thoughts and emotions. But like a baby, he waits for women to be accountable to him. Remember that guy the other day that said, my insecurity is my girlfriend's problem? That's because he's still looking for a mommy. He said, my problems are my partner's problems. Because when he was a baby, when he was a child, his hunger was his mommy's problem. Him being tired was his mommy's problem. Him being grumpy was his mommy's problem. And now he's looking for a girlfriend who's going to be the next mommy and make all of his problems her problems. Male loneliness. Yeah, these males are so narcissistic.
Male loneliness epidemic is the only epidemic that is not transferred through contact.
I like that.
We fail to see it from your perspective, as if your perspective hasn't been at the top of the food chain and the top priority for generations, while you guys oppress women to stay there. We don't give a fuck about your perspective. It's not a prospective either, by the way. It's a perspective.
We see his perspective. We reject it because it's dysfunctional, toxic, and abusive. We see it. I tell women how to recognize it. I teach women how to recognize your perspective from a mile away so she can instantly block and delete you instead of suffering your dysfunction, delusion, and abusive tendencies. No, we see your perspective. We reject your perspective. I'm such a victim. Men are abused just as much as women. Bullshit.
But who's abusing those men? Who's abusing those men?
Give me the peer-reviewed study. Go fetch me 4 pieces of information. Title of the peer-reviewed study. Website is on, page number, paragraph number. What was the name of that person? They can't say one word.
Jay Amos.
Amos? You don't get a single word. Nope, not a single word. Not a single word. Title of the peer-reviewed study. Website is on, page number, paragraph number. Because you taking a massive dump in your hand and presenting it as a fact, here we go, block and delete. Do you know why? Because he's lying and he knows it. He's lying and he knows it. He's lying and he knows it. Ladies, when they come at you with bullshit, instantly say, you have to give me title of the peer review study, website is on, page number, paragraph number, and you don't get a single word until you provide that, because I will not waste my time exchanging words with a liar who knows he's lying, by the way, straight to my face. You think you're going to take any of my time and attention? You think you get any of my energy? You get zero. I block and delete you because liars don't get to stay in my environment.
That's crazy to even throw that on the table, that men are just as abused as women. There's literally a woman being used as a human incubator in Georgia right now against her will and her family's will. She is brain dead. She is not going to live. She was 9 weeks pregnant when she went brain dead in the hospital. And the state of Georgia is forcing her to incubate this child, forcing her family to pay these medical expenses, and then is going to force that family to take care of that child for the rest of its life, because it's most likely going to be in a wheelchair for the rest of its life. There is a woman being used as a human incubator right now in Georgia, but men are oppressed. Give me a break. You guys are so out of touch with reality. You want to be a victim so bad. Meanwhile, for hundreds of years, you've been stepping on women to elevate yourselves. And by the way, that exact same scenario was also in The Handmaid's Tale. That exact same scenario was in The Handmaid's Tale.
All these males are doing is reducing their viability with us.
No, Regio. We didn't say all men. We differentiate between guys and men. We're talking specifically to the guys who are in the chat right now being trolls, talking about how much they're victims, talking about how much women shouldn't have bodily autonomy and women shouldn't be able to own their own sexuality, telling us how much sex is okay for us to have because they can't get over their own insecurities. Because God forbid a woman enjoy her sexuality and then get into a relationship with one of these guys and then it triggers him into a spiral over his own ego because he can't handle the fact that other dudes slept with this woman before he did. Those are the guys we are talking to.
They wish they had all the dudes.
All men. You guys sound so pathetic when you say that. Not all men. That would be like if a person of color was talking about the suffering of their people in this country that I live in, and me being like, well, not all white people did that.
Not all prison showers. So go ahead and hop in a prison shower because not all prison showers. Go ahead.
You're not hitting anything. You're delete, mute. You're not hitting anything, my guy. You're too little. That's why you can't feel the sides. That's why you're having that issue.
Backpack bro. He's so little. He's so little. Man, I gotta tell you, making these popsicles is the kind of cooking I like to do. Oh, hello. Thank you.
Silent Pro, I love that you're so boisterous about being against racism, but then you coming here calling women whores for having sexual experiences. That's crazy. Is it because you're mad that we're not having sexual experiences with you? Do you feel left out?
Aww.
Is the FOMO kicking in?
What? Mentally ill? Aww. Aww. Is the FOMO kicking in? Nuclear families? Have you heard of 4B? Have you heard of a high divorce rate? Have you heard of the happiest demographic being single women without kids? Have you heard that males just aren't worth it anymore because they demand too much and do too little? Yeah. Have you heard of males who take no accountability? Have you heard of males who deny reality? Yeah. This guy just said, for me personally, as though we cared. For me? For me?
20 is his magic number, Chantal. That's what he said. 20 is his magic number.
For me, I can only think about 20 peepees. I got cheated on. I'm a victim now. I'm so low value. I have to convince women to have no comparison points because I know that I always fall short. For me, if a woman knows how much of a loser I am, I know I'll never get laid. For me, I know she can compare me to other lovers. She'll see how inadequate I am. For me, I'm really insecure about my pee-pee size, and I'd rather not say that to a woman, but just have her not understand. For me, I really prefer boys, but I was told by my culture, religion, and brainwashing that I had to be with the girls, so I use women to disguise my obsession for boys.
As you never took a grammar class. The loudest ones sound the most ignorant.
Yeah, for real.
James, she's not here to turn you on. Spoiler alert.
Not here for you at all. You're not my demographic. Yes, no, religion needs to go.
Knowingly, Wheezy? Or did you find out after the fact?
Uh-oh. How did you?
Was it a lavender marriage, or did you find out you were a beard?
What made you understand? Oh, here comes Chris. Way
Oh,
out.
that sucks.
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Glad that the multicast is working today. I was trying to get Ripple up pleading like yesterday. It was like really whack.
I appreciate all you guys. You were a warrior for me, but yeah, it was totally a TikTok glitch.
It was totally a glitch because she would call me up and I wasn't really up, and then I'd get a pop up that said, "Sorry, this isn't gonna work for you." But I was still on the panel, but I wasn't like coming through. So I felt bad for Chantel, who was managing all these these dead flowers that were coming up to the panel that couldn't actually talk. So I just wanted to kind of espouse what Teresa said that kind of blew my mind, and it was so true that most of the complaints that men have about women can be traced back to patriarchy, and that blew my mind, and it's so true. Absolutely so true. And it doesn't matter what choice women make. If they want to get married, if they want to be single, if they want to have children, the patriarchy will make their choice wrong, no matter what path they choose. And so women can't win at all. It's just that the patriarchy will criticize our choice no matter what it is.
Well, the thing is, women were never supposed to win.
True.
So that's why there's no way to win in the patriarchy.
Totally.
Yeah, the system was working exactly how they planned when women were oppressed and didn't have equal job opportunities and weren't able to buy homes. And now that we have broken those chains and are actually, for the most part, we have equal opportunities. For the most part, I know not everywhere, there's still wage gaps. I understand that. There are nuances. However, now that we're able to build a life of our own, we are able to just hold up the mirror to these dudes and be like, it's you. Like, the reason they think all women are gold diggers is because the patriarchy made it so women had to rely on dudes just to survive and live, because we couldn't get jobs, we couldn't buy homes, and dudes are like, oh well, all you women want is money. Yeah, we were conditioned that way.
Totally.
The fuck?
Totally. And negging, and they say, well, women, I can't read their mind, or women neg. It's like, okay, negging is the uncompensated project management we have to do in relationships, and have to keep track of every detail and set people up for success and remind people that their task is due, and that gets turned into negging. So again, women can't win.
So, since we can't win a game that was designed to make us lose, we just stop playing the game.
That's right. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's right. We're taking our dice and we're walking away from the game board.
Yeah.
But it's getting scary here in the U.S., guys. I'm not gonna lie. Chris, are you in the U.S. too?
Yes, and because there was an uptick, and it seemed like an uptick. Of course, we're sort of in a little bit of a pipeline here with social media, so things get amplified and maybe things aren't pervasive. So I haven't dug into the statistics, but yes, that's why I've totally opted out, because I'm the safest place, the most dangerous place for an American woman to be is in her own home. So I'm opting out of inviting people into my home that poses potential threat.
Yeah.
Women, when they get a man to propose to them, tell that to all of the women who are victims of domestic violence or have been unalived at the hands of their spouse.
I think that's a guy. That has to be a guy that said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it absolutely was. It was Jane. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, excuse me. Jay Sinner said that. My bad. Jay Sinner said women win when they get a man to propose to them.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
What do we win? Stress,
Yeah,
cortisol,
what are we winning? What's
anxiety.
What's the prize? What are you talking about?
Another child to raise, more projects to manage.
Oh. Why were you so...
Yeah, right, Savannah? Maybe in the 1920s. But honestly, not even, because then they could get away with a lot more. Rape and abuse there was nothing done about it.
Yeah.
Sin Shop says maybe he wants to be proposed to.
Oh. Right, speak for yourself.
Here's Dio coming up.
Mr. Dio.
A breath of fresh air.
Hi everyone.
Good morning. Hello, Dio.
Good morning.
How are you, my love?
Great, not so tired. I had a little lazy day, but a lot of studying that I'm doing, so relatively fine because I love to study and it's not something that makes me tired.
I saw the saddest video today. It was somebody, I think in Gaza or something like that, a young man holding his dog, looked like a little min pin kind of dog. And he's just holding his dog and he's videotaping as you hear the and with explosion, you see everything shaking, and he's just there in fear with his dog, like filming his fear that the next explosion is going to be his own building. Like, I that video made me so sad.
I can kind of relate to it, but it's, I don't know, I'm desensitized to it, so it's not sad to me like on the same level as it is to other people.
Right.
What city are you in, Dio, if you don't mind sharing?
In Kyiv.
Oh, okay, cool. I've been there.
Oh, nice. Did you like it?
I did. It was too short. We just did the touristy stuff, and so I took an overnight train ride from Odessa to Kiev, and so yeah, we only spent like a couple days, so I didn't spend enough time, but it was beautiful.
What do you think about Odessa?
Odessa.
Yeah, it's a nice city.
Yeah, I loved Odessa. The Potemkin stairs and like all the history, and my favorite figure skater was from there. So I'm like, oh, if I'd known, I could go see him skate. But yeah, I was staying in the home of a sailor and his family. I'm not sure, like, yeah.
Do you like our people?
What's that?
How do you like our people?
Very, very nice. Wonderful.
Yeah, we are not as Western people, we are not smiling, but we are actually very kind.
Puffy, you've never been up close and personal with a badge, so I'm not sure why you're talking about them.
I know.
Dio, you made my day yesterday. I kept thinking about what you said to me last night. I was like, that was such a sweet comment. And there were people in the chat being like, it's beautiful, not handsome. And I was like, no, I love that you called me a handsome woman. I love that.
I don't know the semantics, but I still agree with that. I can use any adjective, if it's correct word, to you because everything that is about beauty is about you.
Aww.
Wow. Yeah, I call men beautiful all the time, so it's not like I had no issue with it. But yeah, it made my day. I was even last night, like going throughout my evening, I thought about it. I was like, that was so sweet.
Happy to hear that.
Hey, everybody, take a look at the delusional person making up stories about how your soul is fractions. Spiritual dimensions is made up by delusional people who create stories to make themselves seem more important than they actually are. When we've left you, we've left you. We're not thinking about you. We've moved on. You own zero part of us physically, mentally, spiritually. You don't exist anymore. There's no spiritual dimension where you still have a piece of us. That's your delusion and dysfunction and insecurity and attempt to hold on to any shred of a female because we just don't want you.
It's not soul stirring most of the time. And if we were that affected and it got under skin on a molecular level and woven through us, then that's pathological. we need to understand why someone is so entrenched into our being.
Well, they talk about themselves like they're a virus.
Hey, Jesus is talking about irony. Bro, you're trying so hard to look like your idol from over 1,000 years ago, and you can't even exhibit Christ-like behavior? The irony, the ick.
Actually looks like a PDF file.
He looks like a Temu version of Jesus.
With a tariff.
Hi, Diane.
Hello, Diane. You guys can kick me off at any time. I'm just lingering.
Yeah, linger away, my love.
Justify the means. Oh, okay. Okay there, guy.
You are mistaken if you think you are the end. You're not the end. Women have more to do than just make males the end game. Their stories are so funny though. Like the delusion is so evident in all those little stories that they tell. The delusion, the desperation.
Tell me you've been ran through without telling me you've been ran through.
Tell me you've never touched a woman in your life.
Hold on. You can't look at a woman without thinking about a dude because you use women to run through them to your fantasy about dudes because you're uncomfortable with your own sexuality. Let me tell you, it's not wrong to be gay. Okay? Block, delete, cleanse, remove. Bye-bye, loser. Get okay with your sexuality instead of using us.
That baby's even his.
Yeah, probably not.
Not even a real picture, you guys. He's not that good.
Do I enjoy trucking? I do.
I learned so much about trucking from your videos, Ripple. Like I saw a flatbed with like a big Jeep on it with like no like tethers or ties. I'm like, oh, that thing's gonna roll right off that flatbed and kill someone.
That's crazy.
For the record, that ran through guy picked a picture of the kind of male he fantasizes about, just so you know.
With those sexy pecs. Ooh.
That's right, baby. All for the male gaze.
Yeah, we know there are men out here who want to have a beautiful connection with women, and those men don't try to dictate women's sexuality and what they do with their body. Those men don't get feelings and emotions and feel triggered by finding out that a woman has been with other men before he met her.
And those men will go out of their way to make sure that woman knows that she's special. And he will never ask for her to go 50-50 on a date. I'll guarantee that.
Satisfied, sexually satisfied. Don't forget, he'll be a better lover. The males that are not afraid of comparison are the ones who know they're the better lovers. Hi.
What's up?
Hello, what topic are you here for?
The body count thing. You know, I'm actually kind of a reformed male whore myself. I personally just think that hookup culture kind of cooks relationships.
No, it
You know?
doesn't. We don't care if it cooked to you because that's you. But you taking you and painting other people with the you.
No, I'm not saying it's for everyone. I'm
Why are you
just
interrupting me?
saying
Why
how
are
I
you
feel.
interrupting me? Why? So you taking you and painting everybody else with a you brush is incorrect. That would be like me saying everybody else should be a stripper because I had such a good time being a stripper. So don't take your you brush and take your individuality and try to reduce other people's individuality because of your dysfunction.
What cooks relationships are people who do selection before observation and get into a relationship with a mistake. What cooks relationships is a lack of good foundation built on shared timelines, goals, communication, respect, honesty.
What cooks a relationship is people who don't take responsibility for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. But attempting to save body count, past consensual history is what cooks relationships. That's bullshit. And projection, by the way. And I don't accept that bullshit projection. So, do you have something to say that's not a bullshit projection?
You'll have to unmute your mic, Grim. Someone muted you. I'll send you a request.
No. I wasn't trying to really project that on everybody. I'm just sharing my personal experience. What I was trying to more so get at here
Your language was projecting.
Okay.
Because I paid attention to the words you used.
Okay. No, I understand if it came off that way. I was just saying.
So your
for me
personal
personally, it kind of
experience.
like
So your personal experience is that you can't have a relationship because you had a lot of sex in the past.
no. I think it just kind of devalued what a relationship was supposed to be for me. I was just sleeping with women constantly.
You
You weren't in a relationship.
You devalue what a relationship is supposed to be. That's your mentality. But don't apply that to us. I have a high body count. I've never devalued my romantic relationships. Just because I had casual sex because I wanted to doesn't mean when I committed, that relationship was devalued because of the casual sex I had. I'm not that dysfunctional. Maybe you are, but I'm not.
The thing is, when you were having that casual sex, you weren't in a relationship. So I don't understand why you're conflating the two.
No, I just think it thinking of sex in that way and not sharing it with somebody that you actually give a shit about is just kind of something I think that society fucked up for long.
It sounds like you have a lot of.
Nobody here cares what you think. Nobody asked for your opinion.
Nobody says share your
It
dysfunction.
says debate
Nobody
in
says
open
no, no,
forum.
no,
What
no,
are
no,
you
no, no, no,
talking
no, no,
about?
no, 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 no. You don't understand why you're here. You thought you were going to come here and get a therapy session. That's not what I'm doing. Do you
No,
have
I'm
any
not trying to
facts?
get a.
Do
I'm
you?
perfectly
Do
fine with where I'm
you?
at.
Do
I'm
you
just
have
sharing how I
any
feel.
Grim,
facts?
shut
Do
up.
you? Do you have any facts or science? Do you have anything outside of you? Because you, the individual, has nothing to do with the rest of the world. Maybe you don't like spinach, so the rest of the world should stop eating spinach because of you? How egotistical can you be? Coming here talking about your opinions, your thoughts, your experiences, what goes through your mind, as though there was an invitation for you to do your little trauma dump or your dysfunction dump or your ideology dump. I know you're coming here in a disingenuous way, by the way. Listen, these are not glasses. These are blue blockers. I see you very clearly. I see exactly what angle you're coming in from, and I reject it.
Thank you for clarifying the glasses, Chantel. I never
Yeah, no,
actually realized
I
that.
don't have
So,
any
Grim,
interest in
shh,
debate.
Grim, be
I was
quiet.
sharing my opinion. But
Grim,
y'all
be
have a good
quiet.
day.
I'm
I
here
hope
to
y'all have a
hear
good
your
one.
opinion. You are right. I'm here for facts or science only. But some dude with the opinion that he devalues people and so does everybody else, you're full of shit. You devalue people, but I don't.
And I do suggest maybe you do go find a therapist or someone who can, or you could pay Chantel for a coaching session. I don't know if she'd want to do that, unpack that with you. Maybe you could upcharge that, Chantel.
Right. Did he run away or did he go of his own volition?
I don't know.
Hi. Hello, Des. It's just so stupid when these guys come here thinking their egos and emotions are applicable to everyone.
I came up because I had some trucking questions for Ripple, but then I forgot all of them.
Mom brain?
Yeah, mom brain. So yeah. Love to learn more. My ex-husband has a CDL and will most likely yeah. Most likely want to move down to the States with us.
A CDL? What's a CDL?
CDL, commercial driver's license.
Want men with their emotions, but when they do, you reject them? Oh, no, I don't. I'm not here to listen to your emotional outburst about how you're upset that women do what they want with their own bodies. Those are not the emotions we're here for. If you have feelings over the fact that you could not control a woman's autonomy, we're not here to listen to your emotions. We're here to tell you to go get therapy for your dysfunction. You want a therapy session for your emotions? Pay up. I'm not here for your free therapy because I know you're just here to be dysfunctional. Alex, go.
Sorry.
Sure.
I just wanted to say to Rago before you block him, nobody invalidated him, right? And it wasn't because he's a man. It was because he was offering personal experience instead of facts, right? We do facts over feelings. It wasn't about him being a man. She would have had the same reaction if it had been a girl up there.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't a man. He's a guy.
Trying to discuss? Discuss what, Rago? Discuss what? Listen, I'm here to teach women
to pick the right person for a long-term relationship, and that is never somebody controlling, insecure, stuck in the past. PPF says, why would I waste these women's time letting some guy yap about his emotions over his dysfunction? These ladies are not here to listen to him go on and on about himself. These ladies are here to learn how to reject a -1. Did you guys see this? Not 78. Here's a -1, ladies. Here's a male that lets us know he's worth less than 0, but thinks he got something to say, right? Here's a -1. The more males a female has been with, the more she loses value, says the dude who's worth less than 0. You know what I mean? Because listen to this, my belief is males have a less than 0 value. Because if I was 1 out of 10, I'd still be a 1 if he was a 0. If I was a 1 out of 10 and he's a -1, now he reduces my value, and these -1s come here thinking we're going to listen to these idiots who tell us they are worth less than 0. Yeah, no. We don't listen to these lack of logic idiots that are -1s. They're going to yap at us and we're going to listen to what they say.
Rego,
-1.
if you don't like the way Chantal conducts her live, I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't have to be here. She didn't invite you or request that you come.
Oh.
You can literally leave. We're not forcing you to stay.
I cannot push somebody to harm themselves. If they were going to harm themselves, they made that decision before they ever talked to me. And I don't take responsibility for the decisions they make. Okay.
Okay, this one really irks me. If you harm yourself over a live, that is on you. If you harm yourself over other people, that is on you. My ex-husband used that as a control tactic, as a way to manipulate me back into a marriage or a relationship. Every time I tried to leave, he'd harm himself. So no one is entitled to be here. You are not entitled to be here. You are not entitled to Chantal's time. You are not entitled to our time. The fact that you're going on and on and on about this makes you an entitled prick. And I am honestly getting so fucking sick of it. No one's entitled to be here. We are not the United States government. We can kick you out. And yes, there is limited speech here. Limited. We don't allow disinformation for a reason.
So this guy wants us women to be the better person because he's pushing the patriarchal narrative that women always have to bend to the will of the dysfunctional males around us. Women always have to acquiesce to the will of the dysfunctional males around us. Women always have to cater to the will of the dysfunctional males around us. I'm telling you right now, that era is over. We look at your dysfunction and we shut you down. We break up with you. We divorce you. We leave you all by yourself. And when you say, don't leave me, I'm going to harm myself. You know what we say? Put your money where your mouth is. One less of you in the world isn't going to hurt anybody. But if you want to go get help, but it's not my problem to solve. If you want to do whatever you want to do, that's your decision. And I don't take responsibility for your decisions like you want me to, because you still want to be a little baby boy with a mommy who cleans up your dirty diaper, wipes your dirty face, puts clean clothes on you that she washed because you don't take care of yourself. That era is over. If you tell a woman now you're going to harm yourself, ladies, pay attention. If he ever says he's going to harm himself, your last message to him is you need to call the hospital. But this conversation is now over, because under no condition am I involving myself in your problems. Your problems are now your problems, but this is over, and then you block them. You block them, because that manipulation tactic is not going to work.
You make them non-existent and you carry on with your life. They can do whatever they want to do with themselves, but they are not your problem. Their dysfunction is not your distraction. Never, never.
This is your daily reminder that if their actions don't line up with what they're saying, then what they were saying was only to manipulate you.
Listen, he said he was going to stop lying. He said he was going to get a job. He said he was going to be more responsible. He said he was going to stop cheating on you. You think he's going to follow through now? He never did before, honey bunny. Just block him. Just go ahead and block him. Don't worry about it. He never kept his word before. He's not going to do it now.
Actually, let him do that. Minus one bad person in the world. It's better for everyone.
What?
Yeah, we're all for them. We're all for them doing the actions. I stand by what I say. So I think the world would be a better place if more people stood by and did what they said they were going to do.
I mean, is this going to be the one time finally?
Like, do you promise?
Don't threaten us with a good time. Hello. Oh, happy Friday!
Oh, it is Friday. I know you get so excited that it's Friday. I get sad because I have to wait till Monday to see you.
What? 1,000+ bodies. Look at this guy. PP obsessed. Looks at a woman. Thinks of 1,000 dudes. Could you be more obsessed?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to unmute. I had a bug flew on my hand. And I'm like trying to blow it off. Sorry, guys.
We have our Build-A-Bear punch card burning session where we all take our Build-A-Bear punch card and we put it in a pile, let it on fire. We're not building any more bears.
Look at this, ladies. This guy, Rocky, he never wants you to have sex with him. Everybody pay attention. Ricky Bobby says no woman should ever have sex with him ever. Ladies, if you promise to never have sex with Ricky Bobby ever, put your hands up in the comment section. I love these people who have 1,001, 1,002 bodies. Well done, ladies. Well done, gentlemen. Good, good, good. Keep racking them up. Listen, body count matters. The more the merrier, right? Lots of experiences, lots of comparison points. You're going to have a lot to live up to if they want to be the best. Make them work for it, ladies. Make them work for it.
Abby, if you're incapable of spreading your legs, like maybe you should go see a doctor because you should be able to just spread your legs open. Every human can do that unless they have an issue.
Or unless they don't have legs.
Spread your wing.
They don't, unless they have an issue is what I was saying. That's what I ended with.
Your alignment is for ladies
No.
to not talk to me?
To block and delete.
Oh,
Everybody see
argument.
Ricky Bobby? My argument is to block and delete. Watch. Everybody go see Ricky Bobby for the block, delete, cleanse, remove, because my argument is for removal. There we go. Bye-bye. Disappears, because that's what I teach, the removal. Don't get me wrong. I'll have to correct you the hard way.
Disappearing of schmoes is very gratifying to watch.
The cleanse. What do they call it? What's that movie called? The Purge.
The Purge.
Yeah. Purge, baby. Don't mess with the purge. I
think that women should be given one day out of the year to purge one male.
Only one?
Every woman, though. Every woman simultaneously one male.
But only one.
That's a lot, Chantel.
But why are we setting rules?
Because if every woman does it, I mean, you're right. Unlimited, but for a certain amount of time, one day.
Listen, do you
24 hours.
Do you think these males tell themselves, I can only be toxic once a day? Hell no. So why would
You stand with Ricky Bobby? You want to cyber slurp him? Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. You go stand with him.
Yeah.
There you go. You go stand with Ricky Bobby.
You guys can stand in a circle, call each other jerks, look each other in the eye, and then get that C shot, right?
Purge my father. Already did. Look, I already did. My father's already been purged, you gremlin.
I don't think you guys quite understand what you're dealing with.
That is so true. That is so true. They don't understand what they just walked into.
No.
You're right. Angel and Ricky are together now. Chantel is a matchmaker.
Did they just do some docking?
It says
Between body
facts.
count and cheating guy.
I know it was witty. What did you say?
Address the same comment Chris did. I'm gonna drop down. I think there's too many people on the panel.
No, there's not even anybody. There's not even anybody requesting, guys. Everybody calm down. This is our time together.
Our time, Diane. You don't need to make space because there's no need for space.
Chris, you did not have to go. There's no one requesting.
Okay.
The panel's full.
That's the issue. Sharing this live will continue to join. Good. Hi, Chris. Welcome back. Did you need to come back, Chris? Did you go somewhere else? Did Chris go down?
Yeah, I drop, but like I will drop if you want, if it gets crowded and we want another schmo up here, I will vacate the box because I want Diane to be up here. Like I'm low priority.
Say that, Chris.
Not that Diane is great. I disagree with you being low priority.
Where are my keys? Where are my keys at? Where are my keys at? Hey, males that are keys, put your hands up.
It does, and it's been proven in literally every society. So show us a study, Anonymous. Show us the name of the article, the website it's on, page and paragraph number of the study that proves that body count matters in any society. Yeah. Just pick one.
So you must have read a sociology research paper. What's the title of the sociology research paper? The website you found that paper on, the page number and paragraph number, where you found those words. And if you say anything but, I'll block and delete you for lying, fear-mongering, and disinformation. What was that guy's name?
008.
Anonymous. Okay, so I'm watching now. You got to bring 4 pieces of information, but if you say one word that's not what I just asked for to show you're not a liar, I'll block you for being a liar. Because if you were telling the truth, you could show us where the truth is, right? But if you pooped in your hand and called the steaming pile of poop a statistic, sociology is science, we have eyeballs. We know poop when we see it. So prove you didn't just take a poop in your hand, Anonymous. Prove you didn't just poop in your hand, okay? Prove it. Prove you didn't just poop in your hand. Show me. Show me it wasn't just a steaming pile of crap right in the palm of your hand. Show me. I'm watching. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the facts. Show me the facts. Show me the facts. Where'd they go?
The muted comment is the best feature. I love when it tells us that comments have been filtered. Apparently, some creators can actually, like the host and mods on some people's live panels will actually be able to see what the comment was that was filtered, and they have the ability to approve it. I would like that even more, but I still love that we get to see when it says it's filtered.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Oh, all these poor baby boys. Whatever will they do with their emotions when women stop caring? What are they going to do? What's the future for these baby boys? What's going to happen? Women are going to stop caring about their feelings. Women are going to be walking away much sooner at their dysfunction. What is going to happen with these boys?
A late-term abortion.
Right?
Hopefully.
Right?
God believes in late-term abortions according to Christians. He aborted Jesus at 33 years old, so.
Good one by you. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. And I am God, so I have just as much right.
Aborts a lot of people.
A lot.
A lot of people.
He's a serial aborter.
The man will...
No, what the conclusion we've come to is that the people, the quote unquote Christians who say they are pro-life are not pro-life, they are pro-birth. They just want people to give birth. They don't actually care about the life, because if that were true, then we'd see them up in arms about school shootings and things that happen to children in foster care and other things like that.
If they were pro-life, they'd be unwilling to kill the mother. They are very willing to let the mother die, meaning they're not actually pro-life. Pro-birth, yes,
exactly,
but not pro-life.
I saw a really great video where somebody was saying they were talking about how they were trying to incentivize women having babies, right? So they were going to send them like a $5,000 check for like when they give birth or something, or when they have a baby. So somebody was like, so how does this work? Do we just send in our positive pregnancy test? Right? Because apparently their baby's a conception. So the minute you have a positive test, you should be getting money for it, right? That's a baby.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't work that way when it comes to that. Now they're just a baby when they're born, right? Like the inconsistency.
Right. Well, I mean, we already know they're hypocrites, right?
Yeah.
We're just the hypocrisy.
Really quick,
the woman in Georgia who's being used as an incubator at 9 weeks, that it's not even a fetus, it's just a clump of cells. Like the fact that they are forcing her family to do this whole process is crazy.
Yeah.
The comments claimed no man in their right mind believes in killing innocent babies. Fun fact, my test results for my twins came back positive for Down syndrome, and we talked about aborting. I know myself as a mother, I wouldn't be able to handle that. My sister-in-law from my previous marriage has a Down syndrome son, and she has a hard time coping with that fact. So I know myself enough that I would have aborted, and he said he would support me through anything, and so would my now mother-in-law. Because we had to talk about this for myself and my pregnancies.
I also want to point out that calling a fetus a baby is incorrect, and no one should do that ever. They do that only to pressure and shame and induce guilt in people. It's just disgusting, because fetus is just a fetus. It's never a baby.
Yes.
Okay, who wants to drop? Now we got to drop somebody.
I'm mostly quiet.
Okay. Summer here. Spring.
My twins ended up being fine and healthy. I got more clear testing. So thanks for everyone that was like, sorry, it was stressful, but they're here, they're safe, they're
A parasite is a parasite, period. If it's sucking resources from my body and I don't want it, that's a parasite. And I don't care if the parasite has a heartbeat, it's leaching my resources and I don't want it. It's a parasite. Eric, what topic are you here for?
Yeah, so I see this thing that says body count doesn't matter. And I think that's interesting. And I want to share just a little bit about my personal experience,
We're
which is
okay
why I
on that.
think
We're good
that
on that. We're good on that. We're good on that.
Eric, do you think it matters or not?
um, when you say we're good on that, does that mean that this topic's over and we're not wanting to talk about that
We
anymore?
don't need your personal experience. Can you start by just saying whether you think body count matters or not?
I do think it matters.
So,
Okay.
Eric, the reason
Okay.
why we jumped in and interrupted you is because I asked you what topic you're here for, and then you went into a rant.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
So for me, simple answers to simple questions is always the way that it works best here because I'm a very efficient communicator. So now that I understand what topic you're here for, I understand what to now say to you because I know what direction we're going in. So this is a debate topic. So this is being approached in a very specific fashion, which is
Okay.
facts over feelings. So not an individualized way, but a factual way only. So facts or science, but not I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience, because you are not the topic. Your thoughts and feelings are not the topic. The topic is the topic. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a key?
Yes.
Right. And then the scientific ways, if you want to bring studies, sociology, psychology, anthropology, biology, any science in any way, shape, or form, I need to know where you read the science you want to present and go find the words you found before you say them out loud. This is how I make sure that there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, or disinformation. So for that, I need title of the peer-reviewed study you read, the website is on, page number and paragraph number where you got those words. I'll go find them and then you can say them out loud.
Okay. I have a proposition for you.
A proposition? Okay.
Yeah. So what if I finish one sentence and then if it is as value, then maybe we could continue it. Otherwise, I'll just leave.
If it starts
Answer the question of whether you have a fact or science. Because
So-
otherwise what you're trying to do is go around her boundary and her rule and express what you want to express without bringing up facts or science. And she's asking you for facts or science.
Okay.
and I have 3 facts, so why body count does not matter.
So don't finish my sentence.
Well, if it starts with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience, that is an individualized sentence, which is not the debate we are having because we're not debating you on you.
Have facts or science. That should be what you're going to next. So do you have facts or science, or do you want to complain about the fact that you haven't finished a sentence?
That we're not addressing this in an individualized way, but only a factual or scientific way.
Okay, that all makes sense to me. So no interest in finishing one single
Have
sentence
facts
and
or science. Do you have facts or science? Do you have facts or science to back up your opinion? Yes or no?
It
no,
is
I absolutely do not. I have
Okay,
anecdotal
wonderful.
experience.
Good. We finally got an
Thank
answer
you.
to that.
right. So I have 3 facts for why body count does not matter.
Okay.
Would you like to hear them?
I'd love that, yeah.
Okay. And by the way, if I were to finish the sentence above my head, it would say body count does not matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts. So here's my 3 facts. Number 1, if I was looking for a long-term relationship and I wanted somebody with all of these qualities, no less, would I need to observe someone's behavior over time to see if they have these qualities? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Would you need time to observe? Yes.
Oh, good. Yeah. Number 2, if you wanted a long-term relationship and you wanted somebody with all these qualities, would you have to observe someone over time to see if they are this person? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. And then number 3, if I wanted to know if you have an STD, do I need to ask you to go to the doctor, get tested, get the results, and then show me the results? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
So is it possible somebody could sleep with one person one time, catch an STD?
Certainly.
Right. So if I ask them what their body count is and they say 1, I still don't know if they have an STD, right?
That's absolutely correct.
Because I don't have facts. And is it possible somebody could have a low body count or a 0 body count but not have all these qualities?
Certainly.
Right. So if I ask them what their body count is and they give me a number, no
Mhm.
matter how high, no matter how low, I still don't know who they are, right?
No, I agree completely.
Yeah, so those of us who practice logic and stick to facts, we don't ask for a number because it doesn't inform us about what we want to know. Are you the person I want to pick? Are you safe to be with sexually? So we don't ask for a number, we ask for testing, and we use observation before selection. A no kissing for 3 months dating rule is what I teach as a dating methodology to ensure you get the data about the person before deciding to commit to them.
Okay. That all sounds reasonable too.
So what I say is body count doesn't matter because who you did is not who you are. And when you're ready to pick a long-term partner, just use observation to pick the right person.
I think that anybody that disputes any of those points you made would be a fool.
Right. So body count doesn't matter to the people who practice logic and stick to facts, right?
Well, I'd have a logical position
Sure. What is it?
that if you have a very low body count, then the likelihood of being
Okay, so
skillful,
you're about to stay a statistic.
Hold on. Let me do this. Go on.
the likelihood of you being skillful in bed is relatively low.
Would you call that an assumption?
I think that,
Yes or no? Would you call what you just did an assumption?
okay,
Yes or
okay.
no? Yes or
Can I
no?
make an analogy?
Oh, I said simple answers to simple questions. Would you call what you just did an assumption?
That's
Yes.
not what I would call it. I would call it, possibly a generalization, but I don't think I'd call it an
A
assumption.
generalization based on your imagination?
No, no. If somebody
A
is,
generalization based on what?
if somebody has
A
played
generalization based on what?
how skills are developed.
How
If somebody
skills
has
are
a low
developed, and
body count,
where did you get your generalization on how skills are developed? Where did you get that?
okay, I've
Where
got
did you
that
get it?
by developing skills myself and
Right.
watching people
So
that
you took
become
your
masterful. Uh,
personal experiences, you 1 in 7 billion people, and made a generalization to the rest of the people. And would you call that an assumption?
what I would call that is something that's logically obvious that
No,
somebody that
no. So
practices
ladies, I'm
becomes more
gonna
skillful.
block you, by the
Okay,
way.
okay,
I'm gonna
don't do that.
block you.
I want to
Miss,
continue the
no.
conversation.
Goodbye,
I'll be good.
loser. You want to talk over me? No, it's a goodbye. So notice what he did, ladies. By the way, here comes the block. Notice what he did. He took himself, created a generalization for everybody else, and then refuses to call it an assumption. Instead, he wants to gaslight you and call it logic when he takes his 1 in a billion mentality and says everybody is generally like that. And he wants you to believe what he said is true and call it logic because he's a liar and a gaslighter. I'm going to bring my hubby his lunch. Do you guys want to hold the fort? Johnny, you want to talk to my people while I go bring my...
I just wanted to say for anybody who doesn't understand what that was about, further to what Chantal just said, you can't make that assumption because even if somebody was only with 2 people, 5 people, they might have had a lot of sex with that person and explored a lot of things and have a lot of experience and be really good at it. Somebody who's been with 500 people might not give a fuck about their partner. and not be good in bed and not have any further experience. So you just can't make those assumptions. Or if you want to call it generalization, you can't make that generalization either.
By the way, skills are not developed in that way that you only practice them, and there's the scientific papers that prove that you can just imagine things that you want to do and you will be very skillful in them.
Bops in the chat trying to make themselves sound smart. These boring, oppressive, PP obsessed males. Bops trying to sound smart in my chat, only making themselves look stupid, only selling more of my books by bopping their yap boppiness. Look at them in the chat, ladies. Look how boring they are when they speak their oppression and PP obsession. Look how repetitive these bops are. Make sure you get my book, No More Assholes, so you recognize a bop from a mile away. Boring, oppressive, PP obsessed bops. Bye-bye, bops. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm going to go bring lunch. I'll be back.
Okay. What's up, Johnny?
I'd just like to add that, like, you can communicate. You can communicate likes and dislike with your partners. It's not hard to get good at what you're doing.
Yes, Johnny, just unmute your mic.
Okay, all you guys think you're so smart, but you're sitting on a TikTok.
Oh, the little baby's gonna come have a little tantrum. Johnny,
Waiting to talk. That's what you've been waiting to say.
hold on,
Johnny.
guys. Hang on, I
I'm
got
such
a
a
phone
disappointment.
call. Excuse me. Sorry, Diane, I got a phone call. Hello? Yeah. No, I just took him off the panel. Yeah, no, Johnny. Yeah, because he immediately came up and he had a tantrum. Okay, I'll tell him. Johnny, I know you're still in the chat listening. It's your mother. She said, come up from the basement. She made lunch. She made you your favorite, the, what is it? The alphabet soup or alphabet soup? She made your favorite, Johnny. She said, wash your hands before you come up. Yeah. He's not responding in the chat, so I'm sure he'll be up soon. I think that he got the message. Yes, ma'am. Okay, bye. All right, Johnny. Don't forget to wash your nasty little fingers, your little Cheeto hands.
You actually had a phone call.
Johnny was not good. Yeah, Chris, I was thinking it was gonna be SpaghettiOs, but she said alphabet soup. His mother sounds like a very nice woman. I think maybe she just spoiled him.
Isn't live that everyone yells over each other over opinions? We actually respect each other in this space and mute our mics when no one's talking. I have feral toddlers, so no one wants to hear that.
Marco, you're free to request if you have something to say. Yeah, anyone who wants to join, just request. If you're not a private account, mods can only add people who are not private. Okay, here we go. I see you. I'm going to do Marco first. Isa, if I said your name wrong, I'm sorry. Isa or Isa? But give me just a second because he might not load. There he is. Marco, what did you have to say? Marco? Good catch, Diane. All right. Isa? Am I saying your name wrong? Is it Isa? Hello?
Can you hear me?
No, I
You are
can
very,
honestly. It
very
sounds
low
like you're
sound.
way far away from the phone or something. We can't really
It's a
hear
bud
you.
dial. I think it's a bud dial. It sounds like they're walking.
She asked, can we hear her, but it is muffled and very far away.
Yeah, try. I'm gonna drop you. Just request again. Maybe it's a connection issue.
We're not missing anything. That's not actually the end of the sentence. The end of the sentence is body count doesn't matter to people who practice logic.
And stick to facts. What was Johnny here for?
Losering. He came to show us how much of a loser he is. He's so proud of his loserish ways.
Oh, they're so proud of themselves. Yeah, logic doesn't have anything to do with the people who say body count matters because logic seems to elude them. So, August 2024, how many days is that now? Huh? May.
9 months.
Yeah, 9 months. We got 3 months to get to 365 days of me having this prompt over my head and not a single person who says body count matters bringing facts or science. 90 days away from being able to say a full year, not a single one of them has brought facts or science.
Actually funny, Chantal, Johnny came up and he said, you guys think you're so cool.
No, we know we're cool.
Immediately dropped it. Is that what he said? Or he said smart? He either said cool or smart. But I'm like,
Smart. You guys think that you are so smart.
I know I'm smart. There's a difference between I think I'm smart and I know I'm smart. And I'm telling you right now, I know I'm smart. And I can tell you're afraid of my intelligence. I can tell that they're so scared. They're such narcissists, right? You have to believe what I say just because I say it. And when I say I controlled you before I met you, you have to believe that and answer the question what your body count is. Because you have to believe that you had to follow my rules and answer the question what your body count so I can know if you follow my rules, says the narcissist. Are you seeing, ladies, how the narcissistic person is the one asking what your body count is? Not the person who has autonomy, the person wanting to reduce autonomy because they can't cope with their own thoughts and emotions. They want you to soothe them because they're hypocrites who take zero accountability for their own thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. These narcissistic hypocrites. Bye, loser.
are you blocking DeLuca? Bye, DeLuca. I'm not going to say what I was going to say then because you're not going to be here to hear it.
No, just the Marco J. Who's the DeLuca one?
Oh, DeLuca's still here?
As far as I can tell. Maybe.
DeLuca, you were asking what's her body count? What's your BMI since we're asking ridiculous questions of strangers?
I'm gonna block that one. He wants to know my body count because he wants to use me to think about boys. Absolutely not. I don't play with your games. I don't play into your obsession. I don't play into your PP obsession. I don't play into you using women to think about males because you're uncomfortable with your own sexuality.
Yo.
Your mommy's internet's not working
Mommy's
properly.
internet. Yeah. By the way, Mr. T called. He's looking for you.
He said he's asking a question. Just asking questions. I was too. I was just asking a question too.
No question.
The guy that was just up here was not saying anything intelligent in the chat, but we could use him for entertainment. If his
Alicia,
he can get the internet to work.
so we asked your body count, said he didn't really care, said it doesn't matter, just curious. Where did the conversation go from there, Alicia? What happened then? Don, Donn, tell us in the chat what you wanted to say. I said it hurt my feelings, and he said sorry. And then, what do you mean? What hurt your feelings? Why did it hurt your feelings? And the question, okay. And then you guys just moved on from there, the conversation over, and he didn't backtrack and say, but I really want to know, anything like that? Do you feel like he completely let it go, like it really doesn't matter? Luck.
Told you.
I know.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna invite Alicia up. I feel like this would help if she could verbalize. If you can, Alicia, if you can come up, that would be easier. But if not, this is fine too.
So Alicia, if he doesn't bring this up again, it's because he actually doesn't care. If he does bring this up again, it's because he does care, because he's stuck in the past. Hi, Alicia. How long have you been talking to him for?
I only just started talking to a man about 3 days ago, and so far the conversation has been good. He seems understanding. He seems very nice, and he's also, I know it doesn't matter, but he's well taken care of, and it's, as a girl that has almost nothing, it's nice to have someone offering to take care of me. And he asked the question.
Wait. Hold on. Offering to take care of you? How? In what way?
In money ways, and like, take me shopping and stuff. And I told him right out, like, I don't need this. I don't need your money. Although I am broke, but I don't want a man's money.
No. This is the red flag, my love. This guy needs to go. You do need to block him. He's attempting to buy you. He is future faking. He's love bombing, and he's lying about his thoughts. He asked you what your body count is because he wants to know if he controlled you before he met you. He's talking about shopping because he's future faking and love bombing. You talked to him for 3 days, and he's talking about financially supporting you. This is bullshit, my love. This is a fantasy. This is pure fantasy. This guy that you're talking to is not going to be a functional human being. He's showing his cards early. Dysfunction.
Yeah, it really worries me.
You said that he said it didn't matter. He was just curious about the body count. He's lying, because if it didn't matter, he wouldn't have asked.
Exactly.
He's also not understanding how that impacts women. Like, it's just a red flag all around.
Yeah.
If you have developed psychological skills and you know that you won't fall in love, you can use him. It's a good thing to do.
Alicia,
I'm
are you?
really trying to fish whether or not I'm smart enough.
Alicia, have you guys met in person?
No, we only just started talking, and he's a full-time worker. So he's very busy.
Hasn't even met you in person, talking about taking you shopping. I was a stripper for 20 years, my love. A man who's looking for a long-term relationship doesn't talk to you about taking you shopping before he's even met you in person. This is screaming red flag, my love.
Yeah,
You need to not meet him. You need to actually just block him now, in my
It's been,
professional opinion.
yeah, it's been 3 days. You're not losing anything by getting rid of him. Like, you're not losing anything. Anything you thinking you might have had with this dude is a fictional story you're making up in your mind because you don't even know who he is. These are warning flags. Like, these are red flags. You do not want to keep going down this path.
Yeah, it's especially hard because I have a baby too, so it's not just me that's on the line, you know. So I have to
Get rid
protect
of
her.
him. Get rid of him. This is a filter. He's filtered out, you know?
Alicia, she's not gonna let him go. She really wants to hold on to this story in her head. She wants to believe what he's saying.
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just lonely, but I don't want to settle for anyone that's going to give me a harder life.
But he's not gonna
Wait till you learn how to be alone, not lonely, but with yourself. Until you don't need to find long-term relationships. It's very important to be very cheerful, happy with oneself, with yourself by yourself. Till then, you won't be able to really discern dysfunctional people and functional people because you use them even unconsciously to gain something. But if you have everything that you need, then you find only those people that really add to your quality of life.
Yeah, I'm just worried that because, you know, life's not black and white, and I didn't tell him beforehand that body count is like, you know, a
No,
really
no, no.
disgusting
We
question.
we showed you 1 out of 3 red flags. You're focusing on 1, and we told you 3 red flags. Asking your body count, future faking, love bombing.
Yeah, it's definitely red flags galore on this one. And
So
he also told me that he was already with a woman in Alberta, and they were together 6 years, and then he wasn't happy, so he left her. So that's another reason I don't want to be with him, because he might be with me for 6 years and then be like, okay, I'm not happy, bye.
so there's 4 red flags. So what are you gonna do, my love? You haven't
Block and
even
delete.
yeah. Are you gonna do it now?
Yes.
Are you gonna do it right now and then come back and tell us you did it? I'll
Yeah.
wait. I'll wait if you're gonna do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna drop down real quick because I gotta hop out, but I'll be listening. I'm just gonna make room on the panel.
It's my baby. She's so cute.
Did you just go block him, Alicia?
Alicia, did you? I don't know. Where's my bell? Where's my bell?
They like didn't even wait for a date to ask. Asking while like texting in the first 3 days is diabolical.
He wants her to fall for the fantasy he creates inside her head. Where's my bell?
Yeah, I already asked him if he's talking to other women. He said he is, but he likes me, which is red flag, another one.
Yes.
No, because if you so Alicia, are you new to Chantal's page?
No, I've been following Chantel for literally forever.
Okay, so
I
like
love
her
her. I even bought her
methodology,
book.
so her methodology is, well, have you read the book?
Yeah, I read it. I wasn't smart enough to listen to it the first time round, and I had a baby with a man that was literally terrible. So I can definitely recommend Chantel's teachings for sure, because if I had listened, I wouldn't have ended up a single mother of one.
Okay.
There we
So
go.
her methodology includes no exclusivity for those first 3 months. So the fact that he's talking to other people that's not a red flag.
Yeah, well, I don't want to control him, what he does before our relationship. So
But he wants to control you because he wants you to give him exclusivity. I'm pretty sure, which is why he's future faking and love bombing. Because why would you let anybody else talk to you when this guy is telling you he's going to buy you the world? So he future fakes and love bombs so that you'll reject other people for the fake dreams he's trying to sell you. Did you block him, Alicia? Very clearly love bombing. You don't want to control him? No, no control ever, because that's parent-child. Alicia,
Yeah,
did you block him?
it's really hard.
Oh, why?
I because we're like such a good match on everything else.
Wait, it's your
No, you've
delusion.
been talking for 3
Listen,
days.
I'm listening. I'm listening to Alicia. Let's listen to what she says. She says, I'm a good match with somebody who wants to control me before he met me. I'm a good match with somebody who makes up stories about where this relationship is going to go. I'm a good match for storytellers. Alicia, I'm not going to argue with you. None of this panel here is going to argue with you because we are not here to argue your limitations that you want to hold on to. If you want to be a good match to that kind of male, that is your choice. And at the end of the day, your choices will not be our outcomes.
Yeah,
But
makes sense. Should
but
should I
also, wait a second. I
Tell
want to
him
point out
why.
that you showed already two cognitive dissonances. First of all, you said that the world is not black and white. It sounds like someone who tries to convince themselves in something that they see that will be bad for them, but they try to see good in it. That the first one. The second one is just your approach. It's not assertive. You are not asserting that you only want and you deserve only the best. You assert, on the contrary, that you deserve something that you have to compromise for. That means that your level of evaluation of yourself is not high enough to have quality relationship. Do you want to reevaluate yourself and reevaluate how you see that person?
I want to block him and like be done with anyone toxic, but I've already invited him to a
Wait, you are
that me and my
just,
friend are
you are
going to.
just, you see, you are shifting the conversation towards what we were talking about. You are trying to give us something that we want to hear. You are not talking sincerely. So let's still switch back to what you really think, what you are really processing, not give us what we want to hear.
Can I come to this as a mom perspective in dating? Because I was a single mom when I met my husband. Um, think about your kid. Think about if this is the kind of walking red flag that you'd want them to date because you are showing your babies love. You said you chose poorly last time. This is a walking red flag. It's all right there, right in front of you. Is this what you want for your child? That is what I always thought about whenever I was in a relationship. That's why I left my ex-husband. That's why I left my ex-boyfriend. And then I used the methodology and I found my husband who is incredible. He's amazing. He's everything that he was within the first 3 months of vetting. It's not about you anymore. Do you want that baby to end up with a person like that? Because that is what you are showing them. This is the frustrating part about being a single mom is how you have to vet is so different.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard decision, but it
It's
makes
not.
it
It's
easier
been 3
having a
days.
baby.
It's been 3 days. You're making everything up in your head. Potential. Oh, this could go somewhere. He is faking who he is right now. Okay. He is faking it. He's gonna be like, oh, we have so much in common when he's making all of that up. And the more you agree to it, the more you fall for it, the more he will trap you. As someone who's been in this situation with kids, she's probably talking to him right now, yeah.
It's just that we already planned a concert together, and he already
Okay,
put money
cancel
down.
it. Cancel it. There are plenty of concerts you can go to with people who actually are who they say they are. He is future faking it with you. He is lying to you. It's all
Are you
right
going,
there.
Alicia, are you going to a concert for your first date?
No, the concert's in 4 months.
Okay, and
So you're gonna,
It's
so
not
you're
tomorrow.
gonna,
date next week.
so you're gonna make it work for the next 4 months because you're afraid to cancel the date that you planned 4 months ahead of time? What if he does something really nasty in 2 weeks? Are you gonna be like, oh, but we have a concert planned?
Well, I'd block him then.
Well, so you're waiting for, so what needs to happen? Oh, I'm done. I'm done.
He will probably be straight up abusive, and she'd still make excuses.
Let's just be clear.
You need to.
Alicia
You don't
is-
need to be dating right now, Alicia. You need to heal whatever wound you have going on, whatever abandonment issues you have going on. Heal before you start jumping into relationships, because again, it's not just about you. It is about that baby too.
No, it's all about Alicia because she's going to sell her baby's happiness for a concert.
I can't imagine putting a man before my
That's
children.
Danger. That is the danger
That's what my mom did.
of a female that centers males. Her baby is going to suffer that, right? Because if she hadn't centered males before getting pregnant, she wouldn't be a single mom. So she wouldn't have an abandoned baby. So she centers males, now has an abandoned baby, is going to center males again and have a baby who suffers the consequences of her centering males.
My mom did the same thing. We are no contact. She centered my dad in every single thing.
Yeah.
She still does it. I don't talk to her anymore.
Well, I haven't really centered anyone. I haven't met the guy, and I haven't been with anyone for over 2 years now. So,
Block him.
But wait, it doesn't make sense. You believe him who you know 3 days, but you were in this environment for much longer from what you've said, but you don't believe us.
Block him then if you're not centering him because you said, I see the red flags. So if you were smart and you were actually using logic and you cared for the mental health of yourself and your baby, you would hear the words coming out of your own mouth when you say, I see the red flags. A smart person who has the intention to follow through with good decisions leading to good mental health for themselves and those around them blocks the person that they said, I see the red flags before I've even met them in person. You're not behaving like a smart person. You're not behaving like somebody who cares about your mental health or your baby's mental health. And all we can do is see you making those decisions and just say it out loud. Acknowledge it for what it is, my love. You don't want to block him because you prefer to hold on to the fantasies he told you despite the red flags you see.
well, it's not that. I just want to give him a real chance and actually meet him first.
No.
And decide
You
based
don't
on
need
whether
to.
or not he's nice to be with.
You don't need to, especially when it comes to dating and especially when it comes to what you're choosing for your child.
Yes, when she came here, she said, I wish I'd listened to you before because I wouldn't have had this
I
baby.
know. I said that in the chat. I was like, she is saying that she chose wrong before and she wished she listens. And now we're all saying, hey, these are all red flags. Block him. And now it's excuses.
Yeah. So it's
I've
never
had so many guys fake a future, like, oh, I want to get married to you. Oh, I want to travel down to my home state with you. I wanted all of this within the first week, and I was like, these are all red flags.
Dr. Ajem says she wants to feel loved. Dr. Ajem, do you feel that she feels she gets more attention with negative decisions than with positive decisions?
So did I. I wanted to be loved too. I had a rough childhood. I had shitty relationships, but I didn't settle. I didn't say, okay, well, I could have went to California in 6 months.
Nikita, good question. Alicia, do you have friends?
Yeah, I have a few friends, mostly just mom friends.
Do you have good friends that you consider supportive and protective and wise?
Yeah, my friend Shariah is very knowledgeable.
Okay. What did she say about this guy?
Well, I haven't really told her much, and I
Why
didn't
not?
tell her the
Why? This is you would think that you would be closer to that person than you are to us, yet you're divulging more to us than you are to her. Is there a reason why you're holding back on talking about him to her?
She has 2 kids. She doesn't really have time to talk usually.
But if this was a good thing, don't you think she'd want to hear it? So do you think you're not talking to her about him because you know this is not
I told her about him. I just didn't say anything else, and he hadn't done anything at that point.
I
That was
have
like 2 days
4
ago.
kids, and I still have time for all of my best friends. We still talk. They knew about all of the guys that I dated. They knew as soon as my husband popped up, and I was like, he's the one. They knew. I didn't hide anything from them, red flags and all. They knew.
What would your friends say about him, Alicia? Your friend that we're talking about? What do you think if you told her what you told us? What would your friends say?
I don't know. She's really happy for me to find somebody, but I don't know if she knows what our conversation.
Alicia, you haven't found somebody. You've been talking for 3 days. You haven't met in person, and he's asking you your body count. You haven't met somebody. You don't know who he is. And you're hanging on to the attention and the money that he's promising, right?
Yeah.
I listen, I think just from my experience working with people for over 20 years, I think that you need to have the experience. You're not listening to us. You've read the book. You've been listening to Chantal for years, and you're still in a place where you're willing to allow this kind of person, this kind of dynamic, this kind of dysfunction into your life. Have the experience, but then you're going to come back and be like, I should have listened to Chantal again. And you've already had that experience, right?
Yeah, I've had it a few times even.
Also
So I'm going
analyze
to
it.
say, hang on, Dio, I just want to finish and then I'll be done. Danny, we're in the
But
middle
I
of a
don't know, like,
conversation.
the last guy I was talking to, he did something that was even worse, and he asked me to move in after not even one meeting. I blocked and deleted him though, because everyone said that was creepy, and I agree it was creepy.
Okay, Alicia,
That he
how
asked
am I
you what?
more protective over your kids than you are?
He asked
I
you
would-
what, Alicia?
The other guy I went to go see, I only met him once, and he asked me to move in. So I don't know why all these guys go crazy the minute I meet them.
So why are you allowing them? Like, it sounds like you're
Oh, I
you're
didn't
just
allow that. I blocked him immediately. It was
okay,
gross.
but you're allowing this one. Anyway, I just wanted to say this. If you want to actually work on your self-esteem and your feelings of loneliness or whatever it is, your insecurities, you can come to my lives. I run lives Sunday through Thursday evening at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I help people heal. I'm happy to help you. but I think that you need to do some work. Otherwise, you're just going to go through this experience and you'll figure it out the hard way. But we've done like everything we can to try and, guide you and warn you and protect you. But there's only so much we can do, right? If you're not going to listen. But I think that you should look at why it is that it's so hard. Not just say it's hard to block them, but look at why it is. What are your thoughts and feelings about it? And go fix that so that you're not allowing like subpar humans into your life.
I want to point out that it is not about thoughts. Your thoughts are lying to you right now, because what you need to focus on on feelings. Because when we say block him, you firstly agree and see the red flag, then you start to think about really blocking. Then you start to acknowledge the fact that this connection will be lost. Fear of missing out gets triggered, feeling of abandonment gets triggered, and then it's only about feelings and your thoughts become irrelevant to the topic. So if you start to focus specifically on your emotions and understand that you have only negative emotions or high positive emotions about him, you will understand that it is not about something functional, because functional is about calmness and happiness, not about drastic polarity from one side to another, which just leads to more dysfunction within us.
I beg you to please think about that baby, think about your kid, because in the end, they're the ones that have to pay for it.
Yeah, I don't bring her on my dates.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you do, but in the end, like, whatever your choices are, she will pay for it. Or he, I'm sorry, I don't know which gender of your baby.
So we're going to move on, Alicia. Okay, my love?
Okay, my love.
All right. Bye, lovely.
Thank you.
Danny, what topic are you here for?
Hey, yeah, I'm actually here for the body count issue.
Give me 1 sec, lovely. I just wanted the answer to that question first. Give me a second, just finish rinsing. Okay, so I am approaching this in a specific debate fashion, which is facts over feelings. So I am discussing the topic itself, but not personalizing the topic. So we're not starting a sentence with I think, I feel, my opinion, my experience. We are only discussing this in a factual or scientific way. A factual way would be like this. Would you agree this is a chapstick?
Sure, yeah.
Good. And the science is brought with where you found the science, from when you go find the science before you say the science. And this is how I make sure there's no amplification of lies, fear-mongering, and disinformation. So for that, I need title of the peer-reviewed study you found. The website is on the page number and paragraph number where you found the words you want to say. I'll go find the words and then you can say them out loud. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. What did you want to say?
So I guess what my argument for why body count does matter isn't that there should be shame or anything around it. I actually think the reason why body count does matter is because there's shame around it and people don't actually disclose like STI status a lot of the time because of the shame.
Well, maybe they don't disclose STI status because of shame, or sometimes even they don't know it because you're not taught proper sexual safety and they even never did some testing. And so maybe they don't even fully understand about STDs. And they could
Sure.
be sort of ashamed of their lack of knowledge even. Like, I don't even know what to call my own body parts because some of these people who are concerned about body count came from purity culture.
Yeah, I find that pretty distressing, actually.
No, for real.
Yeah, so I guess one of the big studies that I've seen has been
Wait. So the title of the peer-reviewed study is
It is men's willingness to disclose STI status. It is in the National Institute of Health. You could
And
find
that's
it on there.
usually, yes, so that's the title, that's the website. What is the page number and paragraph number?
Sorry, I don't know if I cut out. There's no page number because it's a scientific journal. It just has a list of charting of like statistics. Men were asked, would they disclose their STI status or would they not to partners based on certain criteria?
Right. What about women? Did they ask women? I wonder if there's a discrepancy between male honesty and female honesty.
I would think there would be probably a
No,
huge
I didn't ask what you
discrepancy.
thought. No. You said men, and I said I wonder if they also have women. But what you think about them doesn't answer the question. The answer would be no. Did they also point out women? No.
I agree. Yeah, no, they did not in that
Okay,
study.
that's it.
Yeah.
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 Confused what does this have to do with body count?
So what I'm suggesting is because what this study suggests is a man who's had a casual sexual encounter with somebody else is more likely not to disclose STI information.
Right. So what does this have to do with body count?
Dishonesty.
That's
Like
what that
they,
would mean.
The more, yeah. What I'm suggesting is,
Guess
is
what that
someone-
would mean? That
What's
would mean
that?
they wouldn't touch people. They wouldn't. If you don't have proof of your body count, it took me 5 seconds to pull up my proof that I am completely clean. They wouldn't touch anyone.
Oh,
You don't have it? Trust me, bro. No, thank you. Pass.
I get what you mean. What I'm suggesting is that people are more likely to lie about it the more casual sexual encounters they've had. In this study, it's only about men.
That's funny. And I
lie
just pulled
about
mine up.
body count or STDs?
About STDs.
Right.
It's right there.
So that's just, here's the thing, like I am a life coach. I niche in dating and relationships. When I talk about this subject in relation to dating, I say under no condition should we ever choose to get into a relationship with somebody who displays qualities that are controlling, stuck in the past, picky, obsessed, or insecure because they're just not dealing with themselves. And that's problematic to a long-term relationship and the health of the long-term relationship. So when we use my methodology, we use a no kissing for 3 months dating rule, a corporate model of not giving benefits to people we should fire. So giving people time to show us if they lied on the resume, lied at the job interview, right? So giving them time to show us who they are. But body count doesn't matter. Who we did is not who we are. When we're ready to pick a long-term relationship, we define who we are. We use a corporate model, observation before selection, and then select the person who is what we're looking for. But if somebody in the course of our searching, if we come across somebody who asks what our body count is, we instantly block and delete them because they've shown us right then and there that they failed 4 times on what we're looking for. Most of us will be very similar to this. We'll have good communication skills, but he doesn't have good communication skills if he's asking what my body count is, because instead of being in my environment and learning who I am through listening to what I say and picking up on my nonverbal cues, instead of him picking up on who I am, being presently minded, he's over here making up a story about who I am. That's not good communication skills if he's going to just make up a story instead of actually listening to me. It shows he has a closed mind. He thinks what he thinks is right, not anything else. It shows that he lacks a desire to understand because he's not taking the time to understand me, just storytelling. All of that because he doesn't respect my autonomy, my individuality, or perhaps me as a woman.
I agree with you on all of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Danny, the reason
I'm sorry.
the reason no,
One point. I want Danny, please mute yourself when you are not talking because it muffles everyone.
Oh, how do I do that?
The screen
Oh.
on the right side of the chat, there is a microphone.
Oh, I see. It was yeah, sorry, it was hidden.
Danny, I wanted to say, so I want to explain to you why your study doesn't prove body count matters, right? Because if I see a number, again, it's completely arbitrary and subjective what I think is a high body count, right? So if I see a number and I personally determine that it's a high body count, that still doesn't tell me if the other person is lying to me or not about the number that they gave me. It doesn't tell me, it doesn't give me any information about STIs, because somebody with a high body count could have no STI. Somebody with a low body count could have an STI. You can get an STI from birth. You can get an STI from one sexual encounter. The only way to know if somebody has an STI is to get testing, is to ask for test results, which is what Des was showing you earlier. So your study doesn't prove anything in terms of body count.
I agree with you that it doesn't necessarily directly prove that. My argument comes from
It doesn't at all. It doesn't prove it at all.
my argument comes from the likelihood of people to lie, and you can't control whether or
Likelihood is
not
not
people lie.
likelihood is not proof.
STDs? Is it lie about STDs? We don't ask people if they have an STD. That's not part of our vetting process, because under no condition are we just taking what people say at face value without corroborating actual reality to what they say. So with my methodology, we're not asking people if they have an STD. We're asking them for testing. We're saying, hey, it looks like this is going somewhere because we've spent all this time together and I still like you. And I'm seeing things that are fitting with you. I'm seeing that there's alignment in what we bring to the table in terms of character, and there's alignment in goals, and there's alignment in work ethic and responsibility. And let's get our testing done from the doctor and show each other our results to get ready for the next stage, which it looks like we might achieve, which is sexuality.
I totally understand you, and that makes a lot of sense. If you're asking directly and not going to have a relationship with someone that isn't going to willingly proving to you, then
That's
sure,
my
yeah,
methodology.
yeah, sure,
Yes.
okay.
Be with somebody, why would you be with somebody who refuses to get tested for the health and safety of the other person?
So much a refusal, but this has happened to me where someone's told me specifically that they already did, and so these are the results, and it's old testing, you know.
Well, then
Then
you
you ask
say,
for a
that's
new
old
one.
testing. I need recent testing. Are you willing to go to the doctor and get some recent testing? Did you say that?
Only after the fact.
What did
So
they say in response?
they wouldn't, and of course I'm not with them, but yeah. So obviously.
So body count doesn't matter. Who we did is not who we are. And when we use a logical vetting process to pick a long-term partner, we eliminate people who aren't going to care about our mental health, emotional well-being, or physical safety.
Hear you. And for whoever in the comments are calling me naive or whatever, I totally get that. But, you know, I just didn't know that there were these factors added in the argument that lying doesn't matter, because obviously we're not assuming lying. And if that is the case, I guess I wouldn't say body count wouldn't matter, because you're controlling that.
So when you use a proper vetting process, that is about logic and standing in the present, gathering data, assessing data, do you then change the narrative of body count matters to body count doesn't matter?
I guess that, like, your argument would be that, yeah, body count doesn't matter.
To people, so to people who practice logic and stick to facts. So instead of asking for a number to gain knowledge about who the person is, and if they're safe to be with sexually, I don't ask for a number, I ask for testing and I observe behaviors.
Right. And based on my distrust for people, and I can't control that, I guess I would feel confident saying body count doesn't matter, as long as I'm making sure that everybody's, you know, not lying and they give me all of the information up front. So sure.
Danny, I clocked you from the beginning, Danny. I clocked you from the beginning. I like you. I like you, Danny. Do you want to know why? Do you want me to show you the 4 reasons why I like you?
Thanks. Why?
Okay. So remember this list that I showed you? Like attracts like, my friend. I like you because you showed wonderful communication skills. I felt heard by you. I felt like you had an open mind. You didn't have a closed mind. You were willing to absorb what was going on here. Why? You have a desire to understand. Love that curiosity. You know what curiosity is, Danny? A sign of intelligence, and I love intelligence. And why are you like this? You have so much respect for women, for autonomy, for learning. I like you. So what you said, you're distressed. Don't lose that distrust, okay? Stay distrustful. Stranger danger didn't change because now your balls have dropped. Stranger danger still exists. So don't trust people you don't know. Use the methodology I'm teaching women, which is observation before selection, arm's length first. Yeah, I hear what you say. Trust me, bro, I'm everything you're looking for. I hear you say you're aligned on everything I want for myself. I hear you say you share all my goals and dreams and timelines. I hear you say you're so easy breezy, easy going. But listen, let's take some time and actually see if you are truthful about yourself, because I'm not going to fall for your words and the dream you're trying to create in my mind. I want to fall for reality. So this is my book for you, Danny, which is what I teach women. Don't trust strangers. Tell them, show me who you are first, because I protect my mental health, my emotional well-being, and my physical body from people that are unsafe. And people who are unsafe are the people who are lying about themselves, trying to fool me into thinking they're everything and get me to fall for them, only to find out the hard way what they're missing.
Got it. So what I guess what you're saying as a recap is like body count doesn't matter as long as you're in control of like all of the other factors. Body count shouldn't matter in any way. So I totally agree with that argument.
No, Danny, because it doesn't matter at all. I don't understand, and this is my question to you. I don't understand the caveat that you're making, the exception. You're saying it only doesn't matter if you're doing this, but if you're not doing, let's say, the testing, how does it still matter? Because you're still going to the concept of deciding something based on a number.
The reasoning being that mine was based on STD likelihood, and I guess that you're saying STD likelihood could be if you have one sexual partner or many. But I thought that
You're still doing mental gymnastics to figure out if a person might have an STD. Like if you and I met and you said, "What's your body count?" and I say 20. How is that going to tell you whether I have an STD or not?
Danny, I have a question for you. Danny, did you know that people who practice purity culture spread higher rates of STDs than people who don't practice purity culture? Did you know that?
No. Can you explain that?
Because purity culture is a lack of education instead of a safe sex education. Would you agree purity culture is a lack of education versus a safe sex education? Do you agree to that, first of all?
Of course. Oh yeah, I've heard that.
And so purity culture does not teach safe sex. So if you went to Google and you typed armpit CH, do you have another device open nearby that you can just go and type something in while we're talking?
No, partially that's the problem why I couldn't give you stuff.
That's okay. So when you feel like it, go to Google, type in armpit CH and look at the autofill. The first one is not chafing. The first one is chlamydia, because people who practice purity culture, which is a lack of education, are busy giving each other STDs all over the place, not just in the genitalia, but in the armpits, because God looks at the vagina, but not the armpits. And they do things called soaking, which is like sex, but it's not having sex because you're just laying on top of each other and someone else is bouncing the bed for you. It's ridiculous what they do in their attempt to avoid sex because Jesus. So they're busy giving each other unwanted pregnancies at a higher rate and STDs at a higher rate because there's no education on safety.
Super weird. I saw someone say super weird in the comments. Yeah, that is super weird. I guess if you guys are wanting me to like see you on the same point, I guess where I'm not understanding the same that you guys are is I just find it logical that the more sexual partners you have, the more likely you are to contract an STD. And
It's not true. You need to take, if you want to approach it in logical manner and scientific manner, you need to take into account a lot of different instances how that happened. If the person does it only in a safe manner, they will not ever have STD, or they might have, but they had it because they were born with it. So despite everything that you think is logical, it is not, because you do not have enough capacity of knowledge to accept and understand that there are too much things that might happen and you need to take into account, which you do not. You just take something super simple.
Danny, I'm going to ask you a question. And you have to pick one of two. What leads to an STD? Is it more sex or is it unsafe sex? Which one?
unsafe sex, clearly.
Exactly, my love. So where there is education, there is safety. Where there is safety, there's not transmission. You can have a body count of 1 and have an STD. Asking somebody their body count and telling yourself a story about their STD status gets you an STD. So people who are smart don't ask for a number because somebody could say they're a virgin. Should I not ask for STD testing? That would be illogical. You said you want to practice logic, then practice logic.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
So body count never matters, my love, because my husband has a body count of 2 and he is everything. I have a high body count and I am everything, including loyal. So making up a story in relation to a number is never logical because the number never correlates. And there's not a piece of science that says it correlates. And I've had this up here since August 2024, holding this in a factual or scientific way only, saying if you want to oppose this, you have to bring a fact or a science. I have plenty of people here saying, well, statistics and divorce rates and these, you know, if you have a high body count, you have to be damaged. And what else are they saying? Oh, pair bonding, can't pair bond. The DNA stays forever. Think of every single story you've heard, Danny. I've asked every single one because they all came here with that story. And I said, show me where it says so in the science. 4 pieces of information, title of the peer-reviewed study, website is on, page number, paragraph number. Not a single one has brought the science. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting for sure. And just to like summarize it, because I'll have to go. But I guess I totally see that there's no value judgment or like moral judgment to having a high body count. I don't see that at all. The only thing is that I'm still not understanding the logic behind, not being more likely to have an STD.
I got a quick question, Danny. What does likely mean to you? They're likely to have, not likely. What does that mean?
I guess the judgment I'm going on is based on the same thing as like an illness. You can contract an illness. I'm
asking you, what does likely mean to you, right? If I give you a number and you say, this person is likely, like, how do you determine the likelihood? What does that mean? What percentage? So how likely am I to have an STD based on a number?
I don't know if there are statistics for that, but I could look.
No, because there's no chart that exists that graphs out, right? Charts out the age of the person and how many people determines what's a high body count, or at what number somebody might have an STI, right? They can have an STI after one sexual encounter. So you talking about likely is you taking a chance on your health and the other person's health. Like, how likely does it have to be for you to be comfortable that you know what it is? Do you see? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm actually really curious if there's another reason that you think body count matters, because you like are dying on this hill that, and it doesn't make, I don't understand how you're not getting it. And it makes me think that maybe there's another reason you care.
It's disingenuous. It
Open
already
documentation. I take it back. By the way, Danny,
Really quick.
I take it back. You're a failure because Danny admitted, because I said, Danny, you got to pick one of the two. What leads to an STD? Is it more sex or is it unsafe sex? He said unsafe sex. And then further on down, just a few minutes later, he said, I still don't get the logic because in my mind, the more sex you have, the more likely you are to catch an STD. Sorry, Danny. Understanding? I take it back. You lack it.
Quick, Danny.
Okay.
So I got off birth control in 2020. Got off birth control. Was single on and off between 2020 when I got off birth control and 2022 when I met my husband, 2023. Never got pregnant, never got an STI. I was safe. I got tested. I required testing. No one touched me without it. It's not hard to grasp or understand. My body count is through the roof. I don't know it. It could be really, really high, consider like to some people or not to others. But all like what you think is irrelevant. I didn't get pregnant, and my twins were kind of planned. Like if it happened, it happened. Without birth control, being safe, it isn't hard to grasp that. It's not hard for me to grasp that because I lived through it. As a woman who can get pregnant and was not on birth control, I got pregnant on birth control with my oldest son because I was like heavily reliant on the birth control. I was like, all right, I'm on birth control. Let's have fun. And then I got pregnant.
May I please play a game with Danny? Danny, choose one person who is more likely to have STD. One has body count of 1,000 people, the other 150 people. Who is more likely to have STD?
My understanding would be that it'd be someone with 1,000 people.
Yes, that person with 1,000 people did only safe sex, they never had an STD. The person that has 150 people did unsafe sex seldomly, so they are infected. How come? Is it why it's not likely that someone with 1,000 people is more and with STD? Why it's so?
I get what you're saying for sure. I guess we're finding why my brain is the way that it is because I'm not considering safe versus unsafe.
Wait a second. The question is not about why your brain is working the same way. What I did is to show that you actually don't want to comprehend and understand.
Understanding why that is. What do you mean by that?
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yes.
I
So
get
do
the
you
argument.
so Danny, do you come from purity culture? Like, what was your upbringing? Was there religion involved?
Yes, there was.
So here's the thing. So science has also shown that people who are raised in religion actually have a stunted brain structure, literally brain damage. Guys, this is why Danny cannot comprehend the logic even after he acknowledges a logical thing. Because his brain is not designed because of his upbringing to do critical thinking. So his brain is bumping up against the brick wall of critical thinking, unable to go through into actual critical thinking and acknowledging logic because he was raised in purity culture.
To be clear, I'm not religious anymore. But
This
I
is
hear
why
you.
you have difficulty with the logic, because you've acknowledged the logic and then you backtrack and you go, I don't understand. I'm helping people see what's happening in front of our eyes, basically.
Is the argument that you guys are having is that it's if someone is practicing safe sex, then their body count doesn't matter?
We're not arguing. Arguing is a lack of acceptance. We're not trying to change you in any way, shape, or form. I told you at the beginning, this discussion is not about you because you are not the debate topic, because I'm not here to change your mind. We're not arguing. If you refuse to accept the logic, that's not our issue whatsoever. We don't concern ourselves with you. But my job as a coach is to teach my students, in other words, the people who bring themselves to my classroom to learn. My job is to teach them how to pick the right person for a long-term relationship. And that is never somebody who displays controlling, insecure, stuck in the past, PP obsessed tendencies, because those people are problematic. And part of the problem is they can't do logic. And people who can't do logic can't do healthy relationships, because a healthy relationship is the product of logic, because taking responsibility for your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors is the product of logic, not dysfunction.
I brought up visual aid, like I brought up my own test results, and it's not sticking.
Alex,
You
can
can
you,
only
Alex,
prove.
come and talk to us, my love. You've been sitting here so patiently. Alex, jump in.
So much. I have been talking to my phone a lot. I would love to understand, Danny, and I'm not here to attack you. I have been an adult performer for over 10 years, and the only time I got an STD was when I had a partner who cheated on me and gave me an STD. And I got one when we had a bacterial outbreak in the industry, which was quelled very quickly through updated testing methods. So I want to tell you first off, please don't accept any old testing from people that you want to have intercourse with. It's not worth it. Only accept testing that is 14 days for blood, 7 days for swabs. There are places that you can go to get gold panel standard testing that you can verify online so that you know that this person actually got tested and they're not just handing you a printout or telling you, trust me, bro, or telling you like, oh, I was only with this many people. I've literally been doing this for over 10 years. I have literally no idea what my body count is. I was a virgin until I was 21 because I had a lot of religious hangups about shit. And I also had a lot of abuse hangups about shit. So I want to talk to you and I want to understand. I get what you're saying, that at a base understanding of statistics, that it makes sense that, oh, well, if you do something 1,000 times, it's more likely that something will happen than if you do it 10 times or 100 times. But that's a very remedial base understanding of how statistics work, because it's not just a frequency factor, right? Like, there's other factors that go into that. So you're taking one factor, which is the frequency of intercourse, and you're saying, oh, this is what I should base it off of, when it's not, because through logic, everyone has already explained to you why that doesn't matter. The frequency is not a factor. So can we talk about that? I would love to hear what you have to say, Danny.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing all of that. But yeah, what I was trying to say earlier, but I wasn't able to get it out, was that if we're considering safe sex being the standard right now, if there is safe sex, then it doesn't matter how many partners you've been, because that factor's already been taken out. But what I was saying was, considering that people will lie and you don't really know if they're practicing safe sex, then that would be the case.
Can I stop you there?
Sure.
So why are you willing to take the risk that they're going to lie to you about body count over the risk that you can completely eliminate by getting verifiable testing?
Agreed to that earlier, saying that, like, made the concession that body count doesn't matter if you're willing and only going to have sex with people who are safe and who will give you testing.
Coming from also still doesn't.
I'm sorry, Alex, I'm gonna reiterate, Danny. Come back, Alex. I just wanted to add this. We already went over this, Danny. You got it wrong again. It doesn't matter, period. Right? It also doesn't matter even if you're being unsafe with your sex. Like, it still doesn't matter, because it's still not giving you valid information. Sorry, Alex.
Body count thing is a red herring. You need to understand that the body count thing is a red herring, because it literally doesn't matter, because you've already said that you can get an STD having sex with one person one time, right?
Absolutely.
So it's a red herring. Body count is a red herring. It tells you nothing. If you want to be safe, you have to get testing. If someone isn't willing to get testing, that's a huge red flag. It really is. And if it's a money issue, then you can help each other with that. But there's really no reason to take the risk of having sex with somebody who hasn't been tested because of all the bad things that can happen to you. Trust me. It's just not. It's not a good decision to do it with anyone, and there's no real reason to do it with anyone other than a lack of self-control that isn't tested. So why are we basing it on that when we already agreed that body count is a red herring?
I hear you. So I don't
Do you?
know how else to communicate this. It's possible that maybe I'm just not seeing things the same way.
Wait a second. Let's play the second game. One person tells you I have body count of 2 people. The second person says I have body count of 20 people. Who is more likely to have STD?
Rephrase that maybe.
How? One person said to you, you ask them, what is your body count? One person says, I have 5 body count. The second person says, I have 20 body count, 20 people. Who is more likely to have STD by your logic?
Right. I think we already did this. And
Yes, but
who's
the
being
thing
safe
is,
and who's
you will
not.
say the 20 people, that one that said I have body count of 20, they will be more likely. But the thing is, they both lied. They both have over 200 people. Do you get this?
And if they're both being unsafe, like let's say from the premise they're both
Even
being
if they are safe, the thing in this game is about them lying to you.
Body count, Danny.
Right. So anytime that they're just telling you something, they can lie to you. So if you're worried about people lying to you, then that means that you shouldn't just take what people say to you, no matter what that is, at face value. You have to actually find evidence of whether or not they're lying to you or not, especially when it's something about your physical health. So you shouldn't be caring about body count or what people say at all in this topic from what you've said. You should only be having intercourse with people that are tested, which isn't hard to do.
And I've been saying that that's not hard to do. So I think people are getting frustrated that I'm still talking about this now. So sorry for frustrating you guys. I'm honestly trying to understand.
Danny, we really want to talk to you too, because like you're the people, like I'm not trying to change anyone's minds, anything like that. But like it's interesting to figure out where the hang up is so that we can try to address it. Because, maybe on the off chance that you just have some idea that you're not communicating that makes everything we've been saying false, I would love to know. And if you're having a hard time grasping the reality of the situation, I would love to help you, because I want you to have safe intercourse, and I also don't want you to have illogical thoughts about other people. So like this is kind of the point, right? Is the
And quite
discussion.
frankly, like the purity argument is there. I've been in therapy for years, and I've seen ways where religious upbringing has drastically affected how I think about things, and I've been trying to counter that in ways. So there is an actual argument saying that like maybe that's just hardwired this way, and that's why I'm even here, is I'm trying to talk about this. So
Yeah. I feel like maybe you're trying to justify it because you have this like deep, like this pull, this like feeling that it's wrong, or this feeling that it's dangerous. And I was also raised in a very strictly religious, like Pentecostal kind of vibe. So I get that. And I'm glad that you're doing therapy, and I'm glad you're here. I think just think about it logically, maybe write it down. And if you have any questions that you think would help you figure this out, I would love to help you, because religious indoctrination has taken up a large part of my life and has hurt me greatly. So I want to help you be free of that if possible.
And sorry, Diane.
No, I'm sorry, Danny. I just wanted to piggyback on what Alex was saying because I also think that there's something we're missing here that if we pulled the thread on, it would like unravel, right? So when you think about, like you did these exercises with Dio, when you think about what we said, right? That somebody giving you a number could even be a lie. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean that brings up red flags for me.
No, not about red flags, about the body count thing. Okay?
About the lying, I
Because
guess, is the red flag.
the point is you would never know if they lied or not. So when you think about the fact that somebody giving you their number might be lying about it, what do you think of that? About the validity of that number?
I don't really know what you're asking. What do I think about it? I think that it's a number. I don't know.
It's a number that somebody could be lying about, right?
Yes.
Okay, so does that not make you rethink the validity of asking for a number since the person might be lying about it?
Sure.
Exactly where the cognitive dissonance is coming in, Diane. Thank you so much for saying it like that.
Yeah, because I don't even really know that you really get it. I think you're just saying sure just to stop the questions because I don't think the way you said that just wasn't very convincing.
That's why
I
I would like an answer to my question of how do you prove their body count? Do you call and text references, like making sure it's only 5, or how are you proving their body count? How do you know that's what they're saying?
So to give you an example of what's going on right now for me in my brain, I think partially my brain is kind of shut down right now just because I'm seeing a lot of stuff in the comments and all of this. So I'm starting to feel to some degree attacked.
Danny, when you go on somebody's panel on TikTok, don't read the comments. Just be engaged in the conversation.
I'm going to second that. I don't read the comments while we're up here talking because you never know who's talking. Like, why would you just listen to random people who are just shouting at you, right? Like, there's trolls, there's all kinds of people, there's angry people. Like, the comments are more for when you can actually like comment back and stuff like that. Don't worry about it while we're up here talking. They say awful shit to me all the time. Not here, but other places.
I get you. I know rationally that I don't need to worry about it, but I'm still seeing it, and it's kind of turning my brain off. So, just trying to be forthcoming with you that, like, I think partially that rational side of my brain is a little bit off right now. So it might not be much benefit to you guys right now.
Well,
Okay, so
break. You need a break.
I mean that's an option too, but do you get their references for their body count? I mean, I could easily say one.
I'm just now having
my husband.
problems with communicating, everything going on for me. So, yeah,
Okay.
I would suggest it's probably best to pull someone else because I'm not really giving you much now.
A fair assessment. Have a good day, Danny.
I know you had to you said you had to go earlier anyway. Thank you for talking to me, and I hope that you hang out and maybe follow Chantal. And my DMs are open if you need to talk about it. Because honestly, the religious stuff, I totally get that part, and it was very hard for me to pull away from, and it's a constant struggle. So, if you want to drop down, and I hope you hang out.
Yeah, thank you guys. I honestly was here to legitimately have a real conversation, and this is an example of why that's useful for me. So I appreciate it.
Actually,
Danny.
Thanks,
I
Mike.
saw-
I was listening. I'm buying a plane ticket right now. So if you guys want to just kind of continue chatting on for a second, I'm going to finish buying a flight to Nicaragua.
Good. Did see one question about testing, and I am going to drop down here in a second. But if anybody had any other questions about industry testing and stuff like that, I'm happy to answer real quick. Somebody had asked what the regulation was, and we do 14 days for blood and 7 days for swabs. We weren't doing the swabs before, and that's why we had a bacterial outbreak, the first one we've ever had in the industry ever. But we put a moratorium in, and we updated our testing, and now no issues whatsoever. So I, again, only ever caught something during that moratorium and then, or before that moratorium, and then from a cheating partner. So 10 years in the industry, and only one exposure to STDs through the industry in that whole time. So 14 days for blood, so twice a month, 4 times a month for swabs. And if it's older than that, you cannot trust it. If it's older than that, it's not valid. It's not worth it. Go get a fresh test. Thank you.
Yeah, like I'm married. I still get tested. I still make sure that all of my results are good. Also use protection.
You're right, Des. Even if you're in a committed relationship, it's good to get tested regularly. Not maybe twice a month, like if you're not in a committed relationship, but it's good to get tested regularly because you never fucking know. You never fucking know.
I wanted to add to this because a lot of STDs you can actually catch not through the sexual intercourse, but just touching the skin of another person or just touching a handle that someone touched. After some 5 minutes, they touched it and you will have it.
You can get STDs, and the thing is, like, things evolve over time, right? So we need to continue testing, and we need to continue having a hold on everything so that we can recognize problems when they happen, and we can recognize different resistant strains. Like when we had the moratorium with the bacterial thing, the reason we noticed was because we went from a 2% overall infection rate for the entire industry to a 4 to 6% infection rate for the entire industry, which was a massive jump, but it also shows how little infection rate there is, even in a population of people who are working all the time and exchanging fluids and things like that. And we figured out when we looked into it that we were still doing urinalysis and we were doing blood every 14 days, both of them every 14 days, but we weren't doing swabs. And we realized that fluids were traveling from the places that they were being placed to other places. So somebody, like straight men, were coming up with infections in their booty. And it's because saliva had dripped down there and infected that, and it wasn't being picked up on any of the testing they were doing. So then if somebody interacted with their booty in any way, then that could get transferred to someone's throat, and so on and so forth. And so it's like there's so many ways and so many different things that can happen. The best thing to do is to just get tested. And there are options. There's free testing through your city normally. I know we have free testing here in Vegas, but there's also Clear Testing actually has a monthly subscription, which is great for people like me, where you pay like $400 a month and you get unlimited testing every month. So I could go every single day, twice a day if I wanted. I'm sure they'd be a little confused, but there's just so many options. Anyway, I will ramble forever.
Body count doesn't matter. Character does. You can have a body count of 1 and be a trash person. You can have a body count of 100 and be a trash person. Your character speaks more than your body count.
Right. Body count doesn't matter to people who practice logic, because it doesn't tell you anything about who a person is. Oh, did anybody else in the comments have any questions or anything before I get out of here and stop rambling so much? If not, no worries. Or wanted to talk about any other topics. I'm sure Dio and Des and Diane would love to. Oh, I just realized all these. Would love to chat with you guys. I don't think it's just in dating. I think it's at all. I mean, outside of dating, where are you hiring your babysitter based on body count or? Thank you, Rusty. Happy to serve.
Are you hiring a babysitter based on body count? It's wild, right?
Oh,
It
right,
is
because
wild.
it's like,
Or
well,
like for your
this is
friends.
right. It's like I only have friends with 10 or more. Thank you. Are you coming to Niagara Falls? I wish. I don't know. I would like to, but I don't know. It's I've been tying up my money and other things lately with all the stuff going on, but I know this is not a political stream, so I don't want to get it onto that kind of a ramble.
It kind of reminds me of when guys are like, "Oh, that means my income doesn't matter." How do you pay your bills with a low body count? Tell me.
Income is also like it's a current thing, which is what Chantel said a lot,
Yeah.
and body count is a past thing. So it's like, of course, of course I don't care if you have a high body count. If we're in a committed relationship and you're cheating, I would care. That's why it's like past versus present. Hello, James.
James.
We're real quiet in the comments. Are you looking up the armpit CH like Chantal told y'all about? Because that is fascinating and disturbing. Cool, that all makes sense. Thank you. What about armpits? Well, you see, why don't you Google it? Why don't you just Google armpit CH and see what it autofills with? Because some people who practice purity culture, usually religious people, like to try to find loopholes to have sex without having sex, and it leads to terrible things like armpit CH. Welcome to the room, Paco. Do you want to talk about anything? Anybody? The old soaking. I have a t-shirt that talks about soaking. It says, I'm not Mormon, but I'm down to soak. I'm glad you liked that. I got it at an expo. It was great. I keep talking because I can't handle silence, which is probably why I'm bad at meditation. Yep, armpit CH. It should autofill with the rest of that word. CH are just the first two letters of a word that I hope you're not intimately familiar with. Thanks, Johan. I appreciate that. I just can't stop talking, and apparently that's a good thing sometimes. Got chafing. Oh, Paco, you sweet babe. It's schlemidiger. I don't know. Can we say that? It's an STD.
Sure,
that
it's
people
fine.
get.
I mean, we say sex all the time. It's chlamydia.
Okay, because
Chantal says it all the time.
Okay, because I never know the rules, and I don't want to mess anything up. But yeah, it's armpit chlamydia because people are having intercourse with each other's armpits for Jesus. There's actually a really funny song called "The Loophole" by Garfunkel and Oates that's about religious purity culture and leading to creative solutions. Okay, she says it all the time. See, I need to be here more. This is a clip.
Have you ever heard the thing that the expression? I don't know if it's an expression. I'm struggling with how to describe this, but yeah, I saw a video ages ago that was basically like what you were made wrong for in the past is actually your superpower. So, like for example, I was made wrong when I was a child for asking too many questions, but I find
Yeah.
myself I ask questions in my work. That is actually one of my superpowers is being able to ask the right
Yeah.
questions. So, think about that because I keep hearing you like minimize yourself and,
I
about talking and talking too much and please don't do that.
I appreciate that, Diane. I do a lot of self-deprecating, and I think it's partly subconscious, and then the other part is to disarm the people that are listening to me so that I know that they know that I don't think that I'm better than them. Matt Pat explained it on his YouTube channel one time.
Right, but that's the problem is you're not just doing it for them, you're also doing it to yourself. Right? Like why do you need people to think that you're less than you are?
Oh no, I don't think that.
I think you're
But
adorable.
but that's kind of
Oh,
what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like because you just said like I don't want people to think that I'm better than I am or better that I think that I'm better than I am. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. It's more of it's definitely a mix. It's a mix of communication strategy combined with actual insecurity. So, I appreciate the reminder.
Because listen, every time I hear you speak, you're very well spoken. You're very intelligent. You make sense. Like you're wonderful. So I don't, I just don't like hearing you dismiss yourself or wanting to minimize yourself for anybody else. You shouldn't be doing that.
I appreciate that, Diane. I will definitely work on that. Thank you.
It sounds to me like people-pleasing habit to think about others and they might be uncomfortable, so I should say this to make them pleased.
I get how it could feel that way. And there's definitely a twinge of that, I think. But I think like 80, 90%, maybe 85 is I want the people hearing me to absorb what I'm saying. And so if I am a little disarming in how I refer to myself, like, and a little self-critical, then I feel like it opens people up. It makes them laugh also. Because, I said it in a voice with a smile, not like, oh man, I'm sorry guys. I know I'm talking a lot. Like you know what I mean?
We love that you're talking.
Oh, thank you, babe.
Yes, we love that you're talking. Stop saying that. I'm gonna give
We're
you
all
some
talkers.
homework.
We're
Alex,
all talkers.
I'm gonna give you some homework, okay? Alex, would you like some homework?
Oh, sure. I think maybe you came in at the end. I was just giving an example. I wasn't apologizing for speaking.
I heard everything you said, my love.
Oh,
But
okay.
would you like some homework?
Yes.
I want you to remove the words "I'm talking too much" from your vocabulary. Every time you feel compelled to say those words, I want you to resist the impulse and let the moment pass.
Okay.
Can you do that?
I can do that.
I want you to start doing that. And then a little bit down the road, I want you to tell me how it feels to be doing that.
All right.
Okay.
That's going to be hard, but I'm going to do it.
I want you to stop underestimating how much we appreciate hearing what's on your mind because you are very valuable. The information you give us is extremely valuable. When you come here and you start talking, you're never talking too much, okay?
Thank you. I'm going to get emotional. I got to go.
Alex, really quick, were you raised with the "you were to be seen and not heard" type?
Not so much. It was more, I was raised in a home with a father who sexually abused me from my earliest memories. So it was better to be entertaining and liked and out of the way at different periods of time. And it was also good to be entertaining for my sibling and my mom, who were dealing with similar things but not the same thing, to kind of keep them happy. So I am definitely a people pleaser, and I am in therapy. But but yeah, there's a whole lot of factors. It's a lot. But I am judging by how many death threats I get, I am a very verbally aggressive person, and I do speak my mind a lot. I got over 100 my first year of camming, actually. So don't worry, I definitely talk.
I'm sorry for that.
It's
But
okay.
I just want you to know that I think you're adorable, and it makes me happy every time you come up.
Oh, I love you guys. I love being here. I come here a little too often and procrastinate a little bit.
You
But
don't. Stop.
no, I mean with things I gotta do. I mean,
Well, you put me on as white noise in the background and you do your things.
oh yeah, I do. And you know what? I've been trying to do that better. It's just I end up, I'll be listening and I'm like, oh, I gotta say something, and I run over.
Well, we enjoy your voice, my love.
Well, thank you guys. I love y'all. I'm gonna drop down, but just know that I can't stop smiling, and it's all your fault.
One quick thing, Alex. Another quick thing for me. I
Okay.
think I suspect that the way you have been functioning is probably like useful in certain parts of your life, right? In certain sectors, but you don't
Yeah.
need to do that everywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
And
So
you know,
places like this with your friends, like real friends, with people who matter to you, right? You should just be yourself. And also, you know where I am Sunday through Thursday evening. If you ever want some help unpacking that childhood trauma, I'd love to help you.
totally. And you know what? Therapy's really been helping, and I appreciate that, and I probably will take you up on that. And the problem that I'm actually running into more lately is I actually had to take some time off work because I was snapping at people because I was getting angry, but instead of keeping it to myself or like rewording it or trying to sugarcoat it like I normally do, I've just been snapping at people, which is very cathartic, but is not helpful.
Oh, that's cute. You're bringing me back to my stripper days where sometimes I had to take the night off because I just did not have it in me to just stupidity that night, and I knew I would have a short fuse. And some nights I brought my short fuse, and I can't tell you the amount of people I physically hurt sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's why I used to go out dancing, and I told you before, I went out dancing and I got grabbed a bunch, and I had a friend say, how many people grabbed you? That seems like a lot. And I was like, I don't know, I'll count next time. And I counted the next time and it was 26. And one of the guys, it was actually one of the worst times, so I'm glad I counted, but one of the guys had actually grabbed me by my ponytail and dragged me out of the booth I was in. And that was the first time I attacked anyone in a club because I punched him in the throat. And
Yes.
but yeah, it's extremely cathartic to lash out and to bite back and stuff. But I also know that I want people to hear me, and I want people to understand where I'm coming from, and I want people to like take in my message, and that ultimately will do better for me and the world than the cathartic release of biting someone's head off or hitting someone if I don't have to. So I'm trying to work on that regulation. But thank you guys so much. I'm gonna be listening.
I appreciate you, my love.
Appreciate y'all. Have a great day.
Thanks. I'm gonna bring me back in. I'm going to bring me the audacity, not of men, my love. Men are awesome, and they're not audacious. 3 months.
Guys, I was meaning to say to Alex that I've been listening the whole time she was on the panel, and she cracked me up so many times. I was just outside cackling while I was working.
Yeah.
So love a good laugh. Thank you.
Watch your ears. Watch your ears, guys. I'm gonna
Did you
bring.
guys miss me?
Yeah, you did actually.
Diane?
Something, Ripple?
Ripple who? You did not. Did Diane just ripple who you?
I think Diane just Dianed me on the back end.
Right.
Okay, Diane, I see how it is. I see.
Like how you were asking if I missed you. You never said if you missed me. The fuck?
What the fuck? Okay.
Diane didn't
Okay.
block you.
What?
Diane didn't block you,
Yeah, like some people.
like some people.
Say it ain't so. I thought that was a really great conversation with Danny earlier.
The dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was good. It was hard at times to just listen, but however, comma, it was good, Chantel.
He was able to say, I can't process anymore. I love that. Like, and he was very, I think he was really trying to understand, and I don't think he was being disingenuous. I think he just really, and the fact that he acknowledged that maybe the purity culture thing he grew up in affects him in a way that he didn't realize. That's even if that helps him understand more about himself, then that's great,
I want to say respectfully as he could, he let us know he had enough of us. I hope he comes back.
I think it was good. I think he
so
and
good.
you guys really tried, and you really did have a lot of patience, and
so
I
did
like
you.
when Alex came up, like, and she was just the way she was using her experience to try and help him through it.
Yeah. He's on a journey, but he needs to redevelop his brain because that's what he was coming up against as the lack of critical thinking skills, which wasn't helping him get into logic. We are programmed to feel shame about our sexuality, Jacob, and I want to undo that in a massive cultural scale, because when we undo the programming that sexuality is something that needs to be controlled, when we remove that programming, we remove the most toxic part of our society, because that is being used by the most toxic people in our society. Love the necklace, thank you. Funny way to let everybody know that you're ran through. You mean you're one of those males that runs through women to males because you're uncomfortable with your sexuality. You can't look at a woman without thinking about dudes. You were indoctrinated or brainwashed in a culture that says you're not allowed to like boys. So you use women as an avenue to fantasize about boys. You're a ran through male. Every time you look at a woman, you run through her to the males. So you use her, you go, hey, enough about you, step aside, female. I'm here to hear about males because I run through females to males. Is that you? I can tell it's you because ran through males use the words ran through because they run through women straight to the male fantasy they have in their head, right? Go get some therapy, get happier, do what you need to do, go fix yourself. Guys got me on how do you love that? But stop using women because you're uncomfortable with your own sexuality. You down low dudes, we don't care about you. Using women as beards, we're not going to be used by you anymore. If you got to run through us to go think about dudes, we block and delete you instantly.
The other interesting thing, and it just came to me, I've never thought about it this way before, but like you're also saying, like it's also showing an example of how you guys don't give a fuck about anything that doesn't relate to you specifically. And we're all up here, regardless of I don't know anybody's number. I don't care. I don't even know my own, right? But that's not the point. It's not about me and my body count the way you're trying to make it out to be. It's about me wanting to protect women against creeps like you. That's why I'm here, right? And to support Chantal's methodology because it makes sense, because it's logical, because it's to protect women. But you can't think of it that way because you're selfish and all you think about are the things that affect you directly. And those of us who are up here, that's not how we're functioning.
Notice, Diana, how he looks at me, a female, and all he thinks about is dudes hammering. What's the hammer? It's the pee-pee, right? So when he looks at a female, he's thinking about the dudes. So
Doug, you say it dilutes your value on the market. So here's the thing, right? You are not somebody that any of us would choose because you value women based on their genitals. You value people based on their genitals and their sex. Why would we choose somebody like you? You're the one who has no value, dude.
It's not what we choose, only we listen to him.
And I just want to point out that here hammering from someone who has mushroom is like a big stretch.
This is where I love asking the question that never, ever, ever gets an answer to. Well, I think it hasn't gotten an answer. Why, little puppy, why does being with you ruin women? Why does it ruin the other person? Why do you ruin the other person? What's wrong with you?
Because he didn't count. He didn't count. But listen, he came here talking about value. I got to show him how he has such a low value that we don't listen to what he says. He's worth less than zero. You want to talk about value? This coming from somebody who literally tells us he's worth less than zero. Look, Big Dog here talking about value, right? The more males a female's been with, the more she loses value. What he's telling us is that he's not even a zero. He's a male. Males reduce women's value. He's screaming in our face, I'm not a zero, I'm a -1. Because if I was a 1 out of 10 and he was a 0, he wouldn't reduce my value. But this little baby puppy dog here, he's not a 0, he's worth less than 0. And he thinks we're going to listen to somebody who told us that you're worthless? I don't even read your words, dude. The only reason you're still here is to entertain my people. But listen, the moment I saw you talk about value was the moment you lost my interest because I just don't pay attention to -1s.
Other than having fun with doorknobs, why does being with you ruin women? Why does being with you devalue women? What's wrong with you? You're not answering me. I'm not. No, I'm not single.
Selfish, inadequate. He knows what he brings.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him. He can't answer a basic question.
Just let him fizzle out. Fizzle, fizzle, motherfucker.
The puppy is triggered.
For his kennel for timeout. My husband's almost home. Quick question. I don't know what to do for his birthday. He's a very so here's my issue. I like to celebrate. I like to celebrate everything. First date, anniversary type stuff. And he's I don't acknowledge my birthday type of person. So I don't know how to cope with that because I want to go out all out and have family over for dinner and have a pie made for him and presents and all of that. But he's I don't celebrate my birthday type of person.
Right.
What do I do?
So do you guys ever have family over for dinner otherwise?
No, we don't have family over for dinner. We do go to his sister's place for Easter and all of the holidays. I think we're planning end of the school year type thing for all the kids. So, um, and he doesn't know how to celebrate me, right?
Right.
I be celebrated and not looked over like that. So I don't know how to be with someone who's like this when I give so much and I like to show appreciation in big ways.
Right. Does he say you're not allowed?
He's like, how, I don't want to celebrate it, but whatever you want to do is fine. It's like,
Yes. So I want you to boil that down to the essence of the sentence. Do what is going to make you happy. I'm along for the ride because at the end of the day, it's your happiness that is my gift.
okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. I'm like, in the past, with the abusive ex, he got mad at me for even just getting him a cake. Because I was like, all right, I want to at least acknowledge it's your birthday and celebrate you in some sort of way. Um, and my Seth isn't like that, but I also like I don't know where that line is for someone who doesn't care.
So what you're going to make the line is your happiness. If you
Okay.
were to throw a big party and then you had so much work involved, the planning before, the cleanup after, that it made you unhappy, then he would say to you that wasn't worth it. If you threw a party and you had joy in the process of putting it together, you had joy while you were executing it, and you had joy with the cleanup process because it was easy enough for you and you alone, then he would say that whole thing was so pleasant and amazing. I loved it. Thank you, baby.
That, oh, wow. Thank you. That puts it in a whole new perspective. All right.
So do it your way, my love. He'll love it. He'll love it if you're happy. Okay?
Okay. That I didn't think of it that way at all. So thank you.
Mhm. Hello, Suka. Francisco, making zero sense. When did we start hoping that the people who say body count matters would make sense? I've just never set myself up for that crash of disappointment.
Also, another random thing for Mother's Day, part of my Mother's Day gift was an eye massage, a weighted eye massage thing. And I thought it was kind of random, but he was like, um, the Fix That Shit mentions meditation, and I know that you can't always stay focused. So I was hoping it would help you with meditating.
Ah,
So
that's cute. That's cute. So attentive.
I thought so.
Yeah, yeah.
He read the books.
Yeah, nice. Really cute. So I got my plane ticket for Nicaragua. And I have a busy weekend this weekend. Lots of friend visiting this weekend, which is nice.
Going again to Nicaragua?
This is a long trip. This is here's Sheldon now. This is the 15th to the 27th in June.
Eight.
Yeah. 22. Okay. All right. I think I'm in row 17, comma, left-hand side window seat, period.
Stop in the States, do you?
Actually, I told my friends that under no condition was I stopping in the States. And they said, oh, well, when I went through Miami. And I think it'll be cheaper for us if we go through the States. So why don't we take separate flights? And I was like, no problem. I'll take a separate flight because there's no way I'm dealing. Like, listen, I'm public, I'm outspoken. I think I said this to you guys before. I told them I'm public, I'm outspoken, and it takes one asshole, and they are emboldened right now. And this combination makes it dangerous for me to step into that country, even on my way to somewhere else. But it turns out going through El Salvador was cheaper for everybody. And like when I looked at the tickets, it was cheaper to go through El Salvador than Miami or Houston. So I was like, whatever, they'll figure it out. Maybe just looking at a different, airline website than I am or something.
That's
Yeah,
great.
we're on the same flight anyways. But yeah, no, like it's just, I understand there's a lot of people that are not held up, a lot of people not having an issue, but I just think there's a heightened risk just in case. I just need
Again,
the
we're
this who I am who's gonna haul me to the back, right? So
we do logic. We don't do likely, right? We're not Danny. We're not. It's likely not going to happen. I wouldn't take a chance either.
no, because
Gilead is a dangerous place nowadays.
it is. And what's my husband gonna do? What's anybody gonna do? Like, we know what's going on, and no, like, no. Nope. They're literally asking people, what do you think of the current president? They're literally asking them. Like, that's,
People's phones.
yeah. And if you have a burner phone, they're hauling you back. Did you know that?
Heard that.
I did. Yeah. And no due process, no nothing, no phone call, nada. No way. That is lawlessness. That is absolute lawlessness. And I will not risk my safety. Hi.
Hi. Go ahead and say what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, workplaces. I saw a TikTok. This girl said that her workplace was shut down on the weekend. It was a Saturday or it was a Sunday. It was Mother's Day weekend, and ICE came in and raided the workplace and just took brown people out, and just took them away. And she said, and they're detained until they prove their citizenship. She's like, I don't know how they're going to do that, but her restaurant had to shut down because of that.
I know we don't normally talk about politics on here, so I don't know how this came up because I had to close down for a minute, but I am glad we're talking about it. And I don't know if this has already been covered, but did you see that there are multiple cases now that are being reported on since January, actually, that guys are dressing up like ICE agents and abducting women, and a few of them have escaped and told us about it. But we don't know about all the ones that haven't escaped, and we don't know about all the ones that won't report it, and we won't know about all of the ones that are dead. This whole thing, there's so many things to talk about with how awful and terrible all of it is, and people need to start talking about it more.
What you're saying, Alex, I had not heard about yet from other people, but I knew that I knew it was already happening because they emboldened.
Absolutely. And they are refusing to show a warrant because they don't have a warrant, and they're refusing to identify themselves. A lot of them are wearing masks. So we all knew this was going to happen, but now we have confirmation that it is happening, and I don't know what we need to do, but I've just been screaming about it a lot and going to protests and talking to people. There was actually, I want to share this with you. There was a woman that posted the other day, and I shared it, and I'll find it again. She had worked with a group to compile a list of all the different law firms that are working with Trump on a backdoor type of thing, where he is basically intimidating them into doing a bunch of free work for him and promising that he won't illegally go after them. And that's the deal. And a bunch of law firms signed it. And so now they have compiled a list of all the different people who made that decision or who were on the boards to make that decision, and everyone's emailing them. So that's something you can do. There's a ton of stuff that we can do. There's also an innumerable number of horrors that we could talk about that I'm sure you know some that I don't know, and I know some that you don't know. But it's bad. It's really bad.
It is, and that's why many months ago on my live stream, I said to women, get out.
Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah.
Because I saw a video about a month ago of a lawyer pulling up to a house, and there was several people standing outside the house, not wearing identifiable clothing, but mostly very dark clothing. And they had pulled up to this house, and he pulled up with his assistant, and he's the lawyer for the person inside the house. And he's like, why are you here? And they're like, we're here to speak to so-and-so. He goes, I'm her lawyer. You speak to me, basically. So, and I noticed the lack of identifiable clothing. And I said to myself in that moment, people that are not authority are going to dress themselves like authority and start going into people's homes and dragging them out and doing God knows what.
And it's been happening in broad daylight, because even when women are being dragged away screaming, no one is helping because they don't want to get arrested. And a man was arrested actually and is being investigated for saying that people in their communities should fight back against people that are saying that they're ICE. But honestly, I feel like this country used to value self-defense a lot. And if people come into your community and start dragging women out and aren't showing you a warrant, I have a gun and I will protect my community. They won't be coming to my community because I happen to live in an area where I don't think that they would be hunting people because they're going after people that can't fight back. But everyone with privilege needs to be doing something, because this is happening to everyone. And it's happening to American citizens too, because without due process, you can't prove who you are or anything else. And it's over 90% of the people they sent to CCOT also have zero criminal record. I'm trying to think of different stories. Oh, there's the one that we've all, I think, seen, where the woman was dragged away from her 16-year-old daughter and her newborn. And then the 16-year-old got upset and kicked the van. So the agents grabbed her and slammed her face into the asphalt and arrested her for endangering the baby, even though she had already given the baby to another person. So it's just a lot of audacity. And I don't know if you guys have seen the Rodney Hilton case where police killed his teenage son during a traffic stop while he was running away from them. They shot him in the back. They brought Rodney into the police station with his family and showed them the video of them shooting him in the back, and then told him they weren't going to be doing anything about it and that it was a justified shooting. So within 3 hours, he ran over a cop, and now they're looking for the death penalty for him. We need to protect people like him also.
I agree.
But
So I think we should call for all women to go on strike, like a work strike, not show up to work, and say we are not going into our workplace, whether it's an office or a restaurant or a warehouse, until there is change in governance and the lawlessness is over.
Right. And it's not even, they're not going into all the restaurants. They're not going into all the businesses either, because I think Jimmy Buffett and then also Kid Rock, both, maybe not Jimmy, but I know Kid Rock was one of the two people. They found evidence that Kid Rock sent all the undocumented migrants who work at his restaurants home on the day ICE was going to raid, because he already knew they were coming. So the people that are friends with the current regime are continuing to hire undocumented migrants and hide them from ICE, which is something that other people have been arrested for. So this is just complete lawlessness. It's complete lawlessness. There is no rhyme or reason. They're just saying whatever they have to say in the moment to try to get people to not attack them for doing what they're doing.
But the thing is, it's going to continue as long as there's an allowance. And so, I'm looking at the Handmaid's Tale, and I'm looking at the last episode that I saw, where after everything has been put into place, this entire country of Gilead has been built and created, and the women have gone through years of suffering and torture and abuse. Then she says the words, "We've had enough." And I'm like, we need to say the words today and do the strike today. We need to put an end to this today. It needs to be a massive action. The explosion, the bombs going off, the "we've had enough" moment has to be before we go through all the torture and suffering, not after. That's bullshit.
Chantal, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Is they are testing the waters to see what people will tolerate, what the masses will tolerate in general. Taking brown people just because they are suspected to be undocumented immigrants is not a criminal, or is not a crime. It's not a crime to be undocumented, but they are treating them like criminals. They are lumping them in with the rapists and unalivers and people like that. And they are testing to see the public's response to that, and can they get away with taking away habeas corpus, doing away with due process. Because if they do that, then they can round up anybody. They can take anybody and hold them indefinitely. It will no longer be innocent until proven guilty. It will be held in jail, assumed guilty, until you can prove yourself innocent. And that's exactly what they're doing with that woman in Georgia, who, by the way, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, is a Black woman. And they strategically did that, I can guarantee you, by choosing a Black woman to use as a human incubator, who has no life after she has that baby. She's going to be put in a grave. So that fetus, which was not a fetus, wasn't even a fetus when the state made this decision for her and her family, has more rights than she does, has more rights than her family does. So yeah, no, they're totally just doing all of this just to see what people will tolerate. I think that the community in where the hospital is needs to rally around that hospital and shut it down. We need to cause chaos to get these things to stop, or else they're just going to keep testing and keep moving that, stretching that comfort zone, whatever people will tolerate.
I mean, you used the right word, because what are they doing right now? They're doing chaos. And so, what do I keep saying? This is a war, and until we acknowledge it, we will always lose, because they are waging war against us. And so they'll just take our territory if we don't acknowledge there is a war and fight back. And you have to fight back stronger than they do. So if they're bringing this amount of chaos, we have to bring this amount of chaos.
That situation proves that they don't care about kids and children and babies, because they're bringing in a child that nobody's asking for, right? And now this family is going to be stuck raising a child that they didn't ask to raise. That's going to be a reminder of this horrible thing that happened to their own child. Like it's just nonsensical. And
Diane, not to mention the moral trauma that the care team over this woman is having to endure. I can guarantee you these doctors and nurses don't want to be doing this. They have morals as doctors and nurses, and like what they got into that field to do, and that was not it.
But then these people need to stop listening to these new laws and these new rules. People on the ground need to stop acquiescing to this bullshit and giving him that power. There's too many people, like all of the ICE agents, who are loving abusing their power, right? There's too many people who still think that he's doing good. They think, oh yes, he's doing everything he set out to do. They love it. There's too many of them that are supporting this fascism.
And that's the crazy part. He got the people who wanted immigration reform and all of this, he got their vote by telling them, we're going to get rid of the drug dealers, we're going to get rid of the rapists, we're going to get rid of the people who are criminals coming to this country and committing crimes and who are here undocumented. And that is not what they're doing. They are taking innocent people who are working. The reason they know where these people are is because they are paying taxes. They are here documented. They are here in the US legally. They might be in a process of, getting their citizenship or whatever, or visas and whatever, but they're not criminals. They're just regular people out here trying to make a living.
Also abducting college students who protest against the genocide in Gaza, and they are abducting. Oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Fuck, there's just so much shit. They abducted. Fuck. They just released actually a pacifist that they had. Madawi. They let him go because there was literally no case whatsoever, and he's speaking out. But there's so many people that there's no rhyme or reason. There's no real law. There's no real rules. It's just whatever they say. And the people who believed it when they were told, oh, we're just going to go after the criminals, which was obviously bullshit, are also going to believe it when they tell them now, oh no, these are criminals. The libs are lying to you because they just love criminals. Like it's not gonna, that's why I try to be really kind and really, I lash out at people a lot, but if we can try to talk to these people and just show them what's actually happening and show evidence, but I feel like the majority of the country also is not behind this, and we have to remember that. Because when given the option, the majority of people choose mass amnesty over mass deportation. The majority of people also want abortion rights. That's why Florida had to change it from a 50% majority to a 60% majority, because 57% of people in Florida voted for abortion rights. And they changed it. They said, in order to have a majority, you have to have 60%, because I know there's only 57. So we have to make trouble because the rules don't matter.
We need to stop living in the male world and start creating the female world and start following our rules.
And I also don't know if it matters, but I was educating myself on that, and I think that idea about Gilead is just a red herring. Actually, the root core of this is some book that was written by Curtis Yarvin, who is American blogger. He was cited by J.D. Vance, and he is backed by a lot of billionaires already. He wrote the book that is called Dark Enlightenment, and it is actually what they are doing right now. So what that book is talking about is to create neo-monarchy. They want to divide the United States to a lot of states, and the head of each state will be a CEO. And his main idea is that all countries in the world has to be divided and have CEOs. And if people are not happy with the rules of that country, they need just to move to another country. That he has fascistic ideas that black people are having less IQ, they are less smart. He introduced an idea to reform prison to actually create real slavery, but to make it so that those people, quote unquote, criminals. He disregards totally like democracy, liberalism, everything, and he wants to reset whole government structure, and that is actually what they are doing right now.
American penal system is absolutely slavery. Absolutely. It's privatized, and it's 100% slavery.
On that citation, Vice President J.D. Vance has cited Yarvin as an influence, saying in 2021, so there is, quote, so there is this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who has written about these things, end of quote, which included, quote, retire all government employees, quote. So basically they are doing everything from his book.
One thing that's exciting in this abysmal place that I live in is AOC has reached over 450,000 or 450 million in funds. So she has raised the amount that she needs to run for president in the 2028 election, which is exciting. To have a woman of color in the White House who is smart and actually for the people is brilliant. She's not perfect by any means, but I think that she is going to lead us in a better direction. I thought Kamala would as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I voting has never been more critical. I mean, I think this last election was probably the most critical we've had in the U.S., but I could be wrong. I don't know all the ins and outs of every single election that has ever existed, but I think this one, getting Trump a second term that's when the real shit goes down with presidents, is in that second term, because they know that's it. You know what I mean? They don't have to campaign again. So I was encouraging the women around me to vote, and I had one who is a Black woman, and she was like, "No, I'm not going to vote. I don't support either one." And I'm like, it doesn't matter if you support Kamala Harris. It's like the terror that will ensue if Trump wins is what we're trying to prevent.
Yeah. We're in it now. We're in it now.
I was gonna say, Tony said she feels hurt by a close friend that blindly voted for him. Yeah, I actually ended a friendship, like a really close friend, and I was like, I can't be friends with you. After after he got elected, I was like, I can't, and I had been struggling with it for months. And I finally was like, I can't be friends with somebody who votes against all of these things, you know. I just can't do it. I have zero kindness or patience for those people.
It's hard, you know, when you're socially minded, to see people that are more narrowly minded. It's hard.
To end a friendship over it, but I have become a bit more of a recluse lately, because every time I go out in public, I'm like, why is everyone acting like everything's fucking normal right now? It's not. Nothing's normal. Why is everybody just acting like nothing's happening? And whenever I spend time with friends and stuff, it's the same kind of thing. So I just haven't been talking to people, because anytime people bring up little bullshit drama problems or whatever, and they have no idea what's going on, I'm just like, yeah, but what about this thing? And then they don't want to talk about it. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go home, because I'm going to end up being very angry at you for not caring about other people. But they're trying to demonize empathy also. But I think that a huge problem is ignorance, because even at the protest that I went to more recently, I had a guy walk through the crowd and he was like, I love Elon Musk. And I was like, he will never pay you to gargle him. You're going to have to continue doing it for free. And so then he came over to talk to me. Great way to start a conversation. And we ended the conversation because he was like, well, Elon can't be pro-Nazi because he is siding with Israel. And I was like, oh my God, you're too regressed for me to even have a reasonable conversation with you, because it's like talking to a middle schooler who is bigger than me. Like
that's why when I talk about the political climate, I don't talk about negotiation. I talk about flat out retaliation. I talk about making it very, very, very uncomfortable for them to attempt to push this lawlessness, because they're not going to understand words. So we need to be combative with our behaviors and say, you can think all the things you want to think, but here's consequences. My labor is removed. Women's labor is the biggest commodity on this planet.
I stopped trying to make people around me comfortable, especially men, and I used to donate money to people that I met in my day-to-day if I just felt like they needed something and I could get that thing for them, but I've stopped helping men at all because actually this happened last night. I saw a unhoused man and I went over and I gave him $20 and I was like, I hope you have a good night. And he was like, oh, thank you. And then he was like, do you have a boyfriend? And followed me back to my car because he was like, do you have a boyfriend? Oh, well, do you want? And I'm like, I don't want to date you. I just wanted to help you for a second. But I literally had to jump back in my car and drive away because he wouldn't leave me alone. So I was like, okay, that was my reminder not to help guys, just to help women.
The most dangerous creature, the most dangerous animal on this planet is a male that thinks we want their attention.
It did happen, Gary. Are you stupid? Actually, what happened was right after that, I went through a drive-through because he was in the drive-through parking lot, and I tipped the woman that was working at the drive-through $20 because it made me feel better about giving the $20 to the shitty guy that was out in the parking lot. And that's not the first time I've been sexually harassed by a person that I've tried to give money to try to be nice. Gary,
Yeah, we don't have
you
to
would know that.
we don't have to justify anything or validate anything for Gary. He doesn't understand what women go through on a daily basis. He couldn't conceptualize the fact that that could possibly happen to a woman.
Listen, nobody talked to Gary, okay? Your ally, the only reason why Gary said what he said, blah, 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 yap, 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 lie, was to get you to talk to him, was to get you to defend yourself, because Gary's an abuser, and he loves it when people defend themselves against Gary's abusive tactics. Let me slap at you so you can put your hands up and go, no, Gary, that's not true, Gary, that's not right, Gary. Ignore Gary. Ignore every single abuser like him. Every time somebody makes a false accusation, you don't respond to it with a defense. The response is block and delete instantly. Because in order for us to not be abused, we have to stop being abused. So if they make something like a false accusation for us to do this, don't do this. This is you being abused. Don't be abused. Block and delete. Everybody go see Gary for the block and delete. Are you ready? Everybody scroll up.
Wait a second. I need to give him an advice.
Okay.
Gary, you need to go and practice your homosexual desires, then you will know that this situation really happens. Goodbye.
Perfect. Block, delete, cleanse, remove the garbage. But I will never be abused by garbage, which is why you'll never see me do this when garbage opens its yapper.
Anybody want to see my sourdough baby?
Yes, we do.
Okay, hang on.
Block, delete, cleanse, remove. That's what we do, y'all. That's what we do with these abusive boys. We don't let them abuse
There
us.
she.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Look at how beautiful she is. She's round. She's got height. Look at that. This is my first I haven't opened it yet. I haven't cut it. My first successful loaf. I'm so excited.
Can we see how you will break its virginity with a knife?
No, I can't. You have to give it like 2 hours before you cut it. Yeah, because it keeps like doing what it's doing. There's Mare.
I get that.
Yeah. I'm happy.
Yay. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Ryan, I just love all of the effort you're putting into learning this for me. I feel so loved by you.
And I just wanted to say sorry that I interrupted your block and delete. I just wanted to add to the bullying.
No, loved it. Perfection. Yeah. Yeah, no, Gary, was a really great lesson. I think for a few of us here to respond appropriately to people who make false accusations. The sourdough Vika. It's 3 o'clock. It's gorgeous. I think I'm gonna sign off. I'm gonna do a book walkthrough and sign off for the day. It's Friday. That means I'm away for the weekend. Means I'll be back on Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern time, as usual. Always here.
I'm sorry. I want to say, because I always write or I don't have a possibility, but I want to spread a kind word verbally. I love Diane, Ripple, and Chantal, and everyone who creates this space. I wish everyone love. I wish everyone the perfect day, and I'm happy to be part of this.
Yay, Dio. We appreciate you.
Same.
Ditto,
Yeah,
Dio.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Emily, Jamie, Dio, Diane, Ripple, Tony. We love the love, Lady Miss Stella, Miyagi. We love the love. Good is always good, right? Meh. Book walkthrough. Okay, lovelies, who's going to sing along? Book walkthrough time for those of you who are new. I am Chantal Hyde. I have 11 books on dating and relationships. I catch you where you are. I lift you up from there. Get your paperbacks on Amazon. I've got ebook bundle deals. All the buttons you want are in the link in my bio. Comeback Queen helps you heal faster from a breakup or divorce. No More Assholes is how you make sure you don't need to ever break up or divorce again. This is observation before selection, how you pick the right person. So dating book for women, No More Assholes, in English and in Spanish. And then for the men who want to heal faster from past breakups and select the right long-term partner, your book is The Perfect Play. We got the teens covered with Dating 101 so that they don't ever need no more assholes. So this is them understanding the drives, behaviors, and emotions we call love, how to recognize coercion and not be manipulated into doing things they're not ready to do. When you start a brand new relationship, use After the First Kiss to make it rock solid by avoiding pitfalls and self-sabotage. If you are packing baggage, time to unpack. So we got Fix That Shit for women and Fix That Shit for men to help you get rid of the mental and emotional baggage you've had from past experiences and keep you from vomiting dysfunction in your current healthy relationship. There's a free dating book in the link in my bio, Fake Love Need Not Apply, How to Identify and Remove Posers, Losers, Scammers, and Predators. Say Yes to Goodness. Oops. 10 steps for a complete and happy you. This is you evolving your happiness in 10 areas of your life. Custom-made is career coaching, helping you monetize your purpose, passion, and talent. Glow Up Journal, thank you. 60-day journey designed to increase your self-esteem by doing specific exercises that will biohack your brain structure. I also have these workbooks that have bonus material. Again, paperbacks on Amazon to get your Fix That Shit for Women workbook, Fix That Shit for Men workbook, No More Assholes workbook. All right, my lovelies. Make sure you check everything out in the link in my bio to get your paperbacks on Amazon, get your ebook bundle deals, get your audiobooks, get your tickets to Niagara Falls on October 25th. If you want to come see me in person or join me for my all-day event in a virtual sense. Getting Fix That Shit today. Thank you for all you do. Love this, Tony. Good. Ripple, Dio, Diane, Emily, Chris, Sipog, Miyagi, Blooming Pottery, Tony, Princess Aura, Rennie, Melissa, Nikki, Rain, Rose, Rod, Abs, M, Gonas, Brian, Axie, Wendy, Felix, Miss Della, Sin Shops, and Jojo. I will see you guys next week, Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a fantastic day. You too, my loves. Have a gorgeous weekend. You too, my love. Bye, lovelies.